But now I know after lunch, comrades tend to be drowsy and others are walking slowly. We would like to start now, as we would have agreed that we will start at 10 to 2. There's a lot of things that we want to do. The two speakers who have spoken already this morning have raised critical issues. Comrade at the back. We're waiting for Comrade Nobala, no Comrade. So yeah, to the two speakers that spoke this morning, I've learned that during lunch, they've raised very important and critical issues to an extent that some comrades feel that they want to have a discussion and an engagement around issues that would have been raised. So what we're going to do now, we're going to run with the program as planned. If we have time, and we need to save time, we'll allow Comrade Jihad and Comrade Duati to lead us. They will flag out the critical points that they might have taken from the speakers. That needs discussion. Then we engage, we resolve. Tomorrow when we leave, we must have a comprehensive, very clear plan of how we're going to move forward with the work we are doing. But I then advise that let's allow Comrade Dominic and Comrade Dick to do their presentation, because I know they're also going to be raising critical issues. And then we just wrap up before we close the session tonight. This session is going to be chaired by Comrade Maniwa. Let me just disappear.
Amanda! Amanda! Thank you, comrades. This afternoon session, I'm going to start by introducing myself. Comrade Amanda Maniwa. Most people call me Mishi. I'm going to present the speaker of the afternoon here. Introduce him. We've seen him going up and down. This is Comrade Dominic Brown. He is a socialist activist and works for the AIDC. He is going to present the first topic for the afternoon, the overview of the public sector. Amanda!
Okay, so there was a couple of things that I wanted to do before jumping into the presentation. So, it's like there's so many people at the back and no one here, so maybe people can come forward if it's not a problem.
And fill up these gaps.
Not my gift.
So that was the first thing. Then I wanted to say that there were some terms here that we noted from the presentations, and I think what's important is that comrades interrupt myself or Dick for that matter, speaking on behalf of them. If there's ever a term that we raise that you're not sure what it means, okay, rather interrupt me then and there, let me explain it, and then we continue, okay? We're not overly pressed for time. It's better that we understand and move together than we say anything that is not understood that may be important and left behind. So I think let's clarify issues as we go. I don't know if comrades want us to go through some of these terms before we start. That's a question. We can do that. So that's the second point I wanted to make. It's about terms and the importance of interrupting us with these terms you don't understand or want to have more clarity on. Then the third point I want to make, comrades, is that everyone has gotten a pack, right? Now, earlier on, Comrade Zola was talking about many things, but one of the things was about the question I raised about the financial economy and investments, right? And there's many other things that has come up from Busi and that will come up from myself and Dee. And what we've tried to do besides our presentations is we've assembled this pack of materials that highlights different aspects of what we've spoken about. Okay, but I'll come back to that at the end of the presentation as well. So those are the three things I wanted to say before I start. Going back to point 2, are there any of these terms you want me to clarify now before we start?
Yes,
All of them?
Yeah.
Okay,
I was
sure.
going to say the same thing.
So I started with the one about real terms versus nominal terms, right? Did everyone get that explanation? So then who can tell me what it is?
The one who said yes.
All of I heard everyone say yes, so someone must tell me what it is.
This one.
Explain all the terms.
But
I
will, but I also said that I did explain that one, and I want to know if you remembered what I said. So, and everyone said yes, so I'm asking them.
Except me.
So, no one said no.
But I kept quiet.
So, what's real terms and nominal terms?
I think we're talking about the increase in terms of the expenditure, social spending, which can be both in real terms. It can be that if you critically analyze that increase, it may turn out that it actually is a decrease. And we put that example of social equality and the increase that the government claims to have made, which when compared to the inflation tendencies, it then becomes a decrease in the long run.
Yeah. So that's how it came up. It's in the context of spending and in relation to the grants. And as you say, real terms is what you can actually buy with your money. In simple terms, what you can actually buy with your money. So if you increase something with 10 rand, what does that 10 rand mean in terms of the increasing costs in the country? The food you buy, the electricity you pay for, transport costs. As those things increase, inflation or those rising costs, is the 10 rand the same as that increase? If the 10 rand's level of increase in percentage terms meets the increase in the rising costs, that's the question, and what you can actually buy. So that's real versus nominal.
So basically, what we are to give effect to our current phenomenon, actually the issue that the government has not increased salary is wrongly phrased. In fact, the government of South Africa has decreased our salary.
So the argument which we're going to come to in a bit in the presentation is that actually public servants have got above inflationary increases across the board. That's the argument by government and by business. Okay, and I'm going to come to that again in the presentation. So what that means is that the argument is that everyone's wages in the public sector has been going up at a rate more than inflation in real terms. So you're getting real increases is the argument. So this is one of the debates you're going to have, okay? And it's going to go throughout my discussion, and I'm sure it'll come into this discussion when we talk about in real terms and in nominal terms. So comrades, it's an important thing, and it's something that you want to add to that, Vicky?
Yeah, one thing, nominal comes from the word that means name, to the name, engegam, to the name. So if a public servant had 4,000 or 10,000 rand in monthly salary in 1 year, and then there's a wage freeze, and then the goods and services sort of increase in prices with 5%. Then, in reality, the 10,000 rand in year 2 is only 10,000 rand engegama to the name, nominally. But in reality, really, it is now 9,500 rand, because that is what you can buy for it if it would be in prices of year 1.
Yeah.
So nominal means engegama to the name, a dinar.
Yeah. So you can always say something in the name, but for us, we want to know, but what does it really mean? No? That's the real terms. So I move on now, comrades, to the second point that, or concept that Lucy raised, which will come up less in our discussions today, but it's a useful concept to keep in your back pocket. And that's the term multiplier. Okay? And earlier on I was saying that it's not like multiplying and dividing. In this context, it's when government spends money, what impact does that have on the economy? And or when you spend on specific things, what impact does that have on the economy? Now there's some arguments that would say that if government spends, for example, on, let's say, grants, okay, so you're giving people money, cash, directly. So that spending one to the grant means that people who will have the cash will buy goods, right? And through that process, they pay value-added taxes. Through that process, they also have demand on goods in the country, which means that there's workers who have to produce those goods and so on. So that, in a way, can stimulate the economy. Okay, we're going to come to that word again, stimulate. So you can get back taxes through the VAT, and also through the spending process, you can spur or stimulate productivity. Okay, so we're saying that by government spending, it can almost get money back through the spending process. There's a multiplier effect. Similarly, we say that if government invests in infrastructure, particularly, let's say, housing or transport or energy, investing in these types of goods, infrastructural goods, will have long-term societal and economic benefits. And there's a multiplier effect. Okay? That's the second term. Is it clear, comrades? Yeah. Multiplier. So, what we often say is that when government cuts spending, it closes off some of the possibilities of that multiplier. And invariably, you can lead to a contraction in the economy or a shift in dependence on debt to be able to make up for the declining consumption from government. In the pack, there's an article by Chris Malakane, just 2 pages, that speaks about this type of dynamic. So comrades can have a look at that afterwards, and it's quite a useful article that speaks about what will happen as a result of the cuts in government spending that we'll see, besides the impacts that we can be talking about in terms of the public sector. So then that comes to the fourth term or concept, which is, we actually missed one. Well-spent stimulus. So it's in relation to the idea of the multiplier. So first of all, a fiscal stimulus means, what is that in actual meaning? What does that mean actually? It means that government is increasing its level of non-interest spending, which comes back to the first term, which I didn't explain. And non-interest spending is all government's budget that it puts on goods and services, excluding, as well as for the equitable share and conditional grants that goes to provincial and municipal governments, but excluding all debt service costs. All right. So when you take out how much government pays in debt and how much it pays for everything else, that's basically your non-interest spending. Now, when you increase that as government, that's when you start into stimulate. non-interest spend. And a well-spent stimulus would be directing those spending to areas that can have the greatest multiplier. Make sense, comrades?
Okay, right, repeat it.
I'll say it again. So, non-interest spending is all spending on goods and services, including people who must do the work, right? Public servants. Excluding, doesn't include what government pays in debt, or what's called debt service costs, alright? So that's non-interest spending. Now when government increases of non-interest spending, non-interest spending is everything that we'll see, all the budget items in the budget, so it includes what's spent on basic education, all the infrastructure, on the compensation to the workers, it includes the healthcare budget, it includes social security budget, every line item that we spend money on, every service that is procured by government, procurement budget, all of this, all of that, excluding how much we pay on the debts that government owes to people in the country from money we borrow internally or to creditors externally. Excluding that is not interest spending. When you increase your non-interest spending by greater than the level of inflation, I should say, and by greater than the level of population growth, now, greater than inflation and greater than population growth, that is a stimulus. Clear, comrades? That's a stimulus. And then, the next is, what is a good stimulus? What's a well-spent stimulus?
Now, you're talking a lot of these terms, man. Now, Dominic, you must be very slow when you do this.
No,
Right
fine.
now, this is political economy that you're spending. And some of us, it's very difficult to comprehend what you're talking about.
No, that's fine. Slow me down. It's
Yeah,
important
that's
that
why I'm slowing it down.
I won't even start this until we get these terms right. So I'll start again.
Because this guy actually doesn't understand what is stimulus. You have to start there.
Stimulus. No, it's fine. Stimulus is when
Yeah.
stimulus is when you're spending when you're non-interest. So non-interest again, comrades. Think you can come and help.
I was going to tickle you to demonstrate what the stimulus is.
Yeah.
This is a stimulus. That's a stimulus.
Oh, that's a
So
stimulus.
government put money in the economy, so people are starting to.
Like
That 500,000.
The supposed 500 billion.
Oh,
But
that's a
But-
stimulus.
supposed to be. But then when we look at it, when we have to look at the criteria, is this a tickle? Okay.
Or
Is it a
tickle?
tickle?
For all of
No.
us.
For all of us, we must ask, is it, right?
Okay.
Remember Bruce said actually there was only 45 billion allocated really, and of that only 36 billion was actually spent. Remember that? So we must ask, so was that 500 billion
A stimulus.
a stimulus? Okay? Is it the stimulus or is it the stimulus?
Yeah.
And whether it's a stimulus or not is dependent again, as I say, it's what's dependent? It's caused, the reason if it's a stimulus or not, okay, is if the amount government is spending, alright, on goods and services, all those things we listed in the budget, they're spending on all of those stuff at an amount that's more than the level of inflation in the country, as well as higher than the number of new people that's being born, less the people who are dying, the population growth rate, right? The population grows. So as the population grows, you must cater for more people, right? So you must spend more than the level of inflation that the new cost goods and services, and more than the new catering for the new people that's coming in. So that's the first question. Did government do it? And based on the amount that was actually spent, no. Alright? But let's imagine it was 500 billion that was spent. Okay? In real terms, actually. Then it could have been a stimulus, a tickle, something that tries to kickstart the economy. And the kickstarting the economy will allow it to multiply. Remember? Going back to that other term that we had explained. And that is, through government spending, you can actually get more as government. And this is what we call growth or development. Okay? And the question then is, what's government also spending on? It's not just a question of spending, it's also on what. Right? On what we are spending. And it's dependent on that, on what, that will say if it's a well-spent stimulus or not. So tomorrow morning we'll do a test on this.
That I understand.
I'm here with teachers. They like that language of tests. Huh?
Yeah.
So tomorrow we'll do that.
And when you repeat it, it makes sense.
We'll repeat it and we should do it, and we must make sure that we understand these terms. Alright? So,
before you dive into your revelation,
yes.
am I correct to say then these terms or concepts, whatever you like, are interrelated? Can they work in isolation?
Yeah. I mean, a multiplier is to say, if government is spending money, right, does it result in an increase in the growth in the economy or a decrease in the
Like
economy?
more jobs, for example.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes. Does it lead to job creation? Does it lead to inequality reduction? Does it lead to redistribution of wealth? Okay. A well-spent stimulus in its own would be to say government is spending more than the rate of inflation and more than population, and through that spending we can see that there's an increase in job creation, a reduction in inequality, and a redistribution of wealth. So that would be the definition of a well-spent stimulus in and of itself. Dick already explained nominal terms. It's in the name. In the real terms would be accounting. The name taking account for inflation and population growth. So on. Comrade Stofile?
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to know, for something to become a stimulus, there needs to be a threshold for that to then stimulate a particular reaction. Do we know enough about where our current real situation is for any package to be deemed as a stimulus package? Or would we assume that 500 billion is sufficient? What do we know about our current needs as a nation?
There's a number of factors that comes into that question. Okay, and a lot of it is dependent on the conditions within the country. So the question can be quite broad, and I'll also allow Dick to add, but I'll make a more concrete example of your question. So in our country, right, we know that there's more than 40% unemployed, right? It's a fact. There's more than 11 million people. And then of the people that's working, out of that, almost 80% earns less than the national minimum wage. Well, let's say 60%. Let's be generous. That's 3,500. And then the rest, a lot of them are actually in the public sector, which I'll also come to in the presentation. 70% of the rest earns below 20,000 more, like actually 60-something percent. Like that. So now that's almost that's like 70-80% of the population, correct?
Yeah.
And of those who are working, Comrade Zama, of the lunch news, of those who are working, we know that they have many dependents, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay? So more than 4 dependents that they have to support because of this level of unemployment, which is majority amongst young people, and they are in the house.
Yeah.
No? So you have this context. Then we have another concrete thing that we know about.
Yeah.
And that is, so what do workers those who do have work spend their money on. All right? And from this we know that a nutritious basket of food for a household of 4, or an average household, is more than 3,000 rand. And we know that for that household, the bare minimum level of electricity is like 700 rand. And transport is 1,700 bare minimum. So effectively, more than 70% of the population doesn't have sufficient money to have proper food, electricity, and transport. No? So we have starvation, we have a social crisis. And I'm not going to go into that because everyone here knows that very, very well. So now what? So that means that most of the people in this country can't buy goods and services. They're excluded from it, right? So now you have a system of a grant. So when you're giving a grant, which also supports quite many people in the family and boosts the household income, it means that you can buy some food, you can buy some of these things. So when you increase the grant in real terms, you can see how this would act as a
Absolutely, a stimulus.
Similarly, we know that there's not enough teachers, there's not enough nurses, and we're going to look at the numbers, etc. So, but now the argument is that it's because your wages are too high, that's why we can't employ you. But we're going to ask that in the count. We're going to ask those questions. So, but you get my drift, right? So that's the kind of, Dick, I don't know if you want to add?
Is it about stimulus and all that?
Yeah.
Because the reason why I asked is...
But if you listened, don't add if you didn't.
No, just to say, there's a lot of, it's very important if the government is giving social grants or an extra money to someone in the economy, it's very important to which kind of people who get this money. So if you get money to the working class and the poor, you know they will spend this money locally. They will go to the spaza shop. Maybe they will have another sort of go to the saloon, have another haircut also. Maybe they will repair. Maybe they will repair their cell phone. Maybe they will repair their old car and so on. But if you give the sort of money to the middle class or to the rich, they maybe buy another cell phone, an iPhone, and that iPhone will be produced in China. Okay, so it will be a stimulus to the Chinese economy. So it's very important where you get directed if you're putting new money in the economy, what you want to happen.
Absolutely.
So if more people go to the hair salon or more people go to even the shadi, if you know them, maybe these people will, maybe I should employ an extra person here because people are coming now. And then this person gets money in his pocket and he will go and spend it, etc., etc. So that is kind of like a multiplier.
I'm glad you added.
As always.
So, Comrade, shall we move on then to the questions that Nomzi wants us to get to? Are Comrade satisfied with that? I'm going to leave this question that Comrade Loati asked in the last session that I didn't ask, I asked Busi not to answer, and that I'm not going to answer. Is there money in this country? That was your words, isn't it? Is there money? So I'm leaving that. All right, comrades, I have an hour and a half left to speak.
Was this the introduction to you?
There was an introductory remark.
Our introduction.
Okay, good.
Comrades wanted to know what
No,
these
it's very
words
nice.
meant.
No, it was important. It was important. I wonder what I shall do. Okay. I will also get.
I will be less than half an hour.
Okay.
I hope. All right. Comrades, as the pandemic broke out around the world, many people realized the impacts that neoliberalism has had and in relation to inequalities, but also in relation to the decimation of the public sectors everywhere. The way privatization is quite distracting. The way privatization the way privatization, the structural adjustment programs, and the increased liberalization of the financial economy took place following the 1980s. We see the hollowing out of public services. We see a shift in public goods being delivered for people's needs towards the need to create profits from those goods. First, the commodification of this, commercialization, and then increased corporatization. So, electricity, transport, water, many of these services became privatized. And in South Africa, it was partly done, not entirely. And so, we have the editorial of the Financial Times on the 3rd of April saying, now is the time for radical reforms. We need to reverse the prevailing policy direction of the last 4 decades. And we need to put on the table, or we need to accept a more active role for governments in the economy. They must see public services as investments rather than liabilities, and look for ways to make labor markets less insecure. So this is like, the Financial Times is based in the United Kingdom. They call themselves economic and business press journal, and they even recognize that neoliberalism has failed. You know? And they're saying we need to roll back the neoliberal agenda. And at the time, our business press said something quite similar. The editorial, or one of the main editors from Business Day, said that now is not the time to fight with the public sector workers. This was in April last year. But of course, that was the time when the final year of the public sector, of the 3-year public sector wage agreement was reneged upon. And no workers received the increase that was agreed to in 2018. But this was actually on top of, and at the time also I should say there was an announcement that 160 billion rand is going to be cut from the public sector wage bill over the next 3 years. And that was announced in 2019 already, and it was reflected in the 2020 budget. And this is on top of reductions to compensation ceilings in 2017 and 2018 of 10 billion and 15 billion rand respectively. And coincidentally, the cuts to the public sector wage bill, the proposed cuts over and above the reneging of the final year of the wage agreement, was proposed or imposed, I should say, considering the way the court rulings have gone, just a couple of weeks after the IMF came to visit South Africa and wrote a letter. And in the letter, one of the things that they said was, with public debt on the rise, directors encouraged authorities to focus on maintaining medium-term debt sustainability through a growth-friendly and expenditure-based fiscal consolidation. Noting that the upcoming budget discussion provides an opportunity for authorities to take the necessary reforms, directors suggested reductions in the public sector wage bill and public contingencies from the SMEs coupled with improved tax administration and fiscal compliance. So you can see the proposed unbundling and divisionalization of ESCOM, the cuts to the public sector wage bill, and the increased out of the neoliberal agenda handbook. And so very quickly, we see governments and business turning back from the very advice that they proposed less than a year ago. Now, there's a number of problems with this austerity neoliberal regime. And in the first instance, it will result in a self-defeating prophecy. And that is really because the idea of cutting government spending, which was proposed at the time to be cut by 260 billion rand over 3 years, of which 160 billion was from the public sector wage bill. So you can see the biggest cut actually came from the public sector wage bill. Yeah. So what that means is that you're reducing government spending. So you're not thickening the economy at all. It will reduce in size, right? Now this is all in the name of, as the IMF suggests, reducing government's debt ratio to reduce its size of the debt. So what does this mean? What does this ultimately mean? Is that when we look at debt, debt is measured as a ratio, debt to the size of the economy. Okay? So even if you are increasing the amount you're paying on debt, but you're decreasing spending on the other sides of the economy, you're reducing the size of the economy, and so the ratio of debt to the size of the economy will actually invariably grow over the long run. So this is a self-defeating strategy, and that's why many people were calling for a stimulus. And so this is what you see. You have consolidation, fiscal consolidation, which is reducing the amount of spending, which is the languages you hear from the finance minister Mboweni in the budget speech, etc. And the comparison or the alternative would be a well-spent stimulus. Okay? And that's why we say austerity is the medicine. The medicine is actually going to kill the patient. And that's quite important because we have to consider this question in the context where we have a crisis in the health sector, right? Not only because of COVID, but which predates COVID. And in early 2020, even just before, around about the time of the pandemic outbreak, there was a release of information to say that just under 40,000 vacancies exist in the public sector, in the public health sector alone, right? And a study in the same year by the National Department of Health indicates that by 2025 we need to have an additional 97,000 workers in the public sector. This would cost an additional 40 billion rand. So, if you're cutting the wage bill over the next 3 years, how are you going to fill those 40,000 vacancies? Or get the additional 97,000 health workers that's required? So that's actually more than 100,000 posts that needs to be filled, right? Now, then we got to look at in your packs is what government's response is. And you will see there's a circular, a memo in the Eastern Cape that puts a moratorium on employment. No more hiring of health workers in the Eastern Cape. And what do we know about the Eastern Cape hospitals? They are collapsing. So, it's going to get worse, comrades. In education, we have a similar problem, even by government's own accounts. I'm not sure if you heard what Busi read, but it may be worthwhile to say it again. And that is low compensation growth of 0.8% per year. That's in nominal terms, comrades. That's not accounting for inflation. Over the medium-term economic framework, that's just over the next 3 years. Combined with early retirements, will reduce the number of teachers. This, coupled with the rising number of learners, implies larger class sizes, especially in low-fee schools. This is expected to negatively affect learning outcomes. You teachers, you should know this. Government is saying this themselves, comrades, in the budget. So on basic education, in the budget, I think it's page 41, we can send it to you. Low compensation growth of 0.8% per year. And then I'm saying that's not including inflation, and that doesn't account for population growth. Over the medium-term economic framework, over the next 3 years, early retirements will reduce the low compensation employment growth, plus early retirements will reduce the number of teachers. when you put this with the rising number of learners, which will mean larger class sizes, especially in no-fee schools, the majority of schools in the country, this is expected to negatively impact learning outcomes. This is from Treasury. So, then we have a guy who crunched the numbers for us, Dr. Dick Forster. And he took, what's important is not the spreadsheet, what's important is what I'm going to tell you now, all right? So, government is expecting the wage bill to be a certain amount for the next 3 years, okay? X amount. And from that, we know how many workers are in the public sector now, right? And there's an average increase, nominal increase in the wages of workers that relates to medical aid increases. So it's not zero across the board. Okay? So when you then look at that increase with the number of workers in the public sector, it gives you X amount, right? Or let's say Y amount. Now when we look at the amount that government wants the budget to be, and if we look at the level of increases, that nominal increase by the population growth for the year 2022-23 and the year 2023-24, what we see is that the level of cuts is not made. There is not sufficient cuts made. So we have to then look at the average, how much cuts is still needed to be made, and divided by the average wage in the public sector, okay? And then that gives us a sense of how many people's jobs need to be lost to be able to make sure that the wage bill equals what government's proposed wage bill is. Shall I say it again? I don't know if I think we want to add to that.
No, I mean, you can't, it's too small now. Maybe it's because my eyesight's are getting
No, it's
too
very
old. But, so what you can see from the budget, and maybe you have people in the office who, or you yourself can use Excel and so on. You look at table 7 in the budget review, at the back of the budget. The budget review is kind of like quite a thick publication. And then you see that from 2020 to 21, it's a growth of the wage bill of 2.11%. And then you see that next year, 21 to 22, again there's a growth of 2.11%. And these are years which are in the wage freeze. There is a wage freeze, but the government can't avoid to pay more for medical grants. And it's kind of outside the wage bargaining. Then you have in the public sector also something that is called wage progression or career progression. So someone who has been an assistant nurse become a nurse, or someone who has this position get a higher position, and then immediately they will become a wage increase. So you can see that the government has budgeted this from year 1 to year 2. But then the next year there isn't this 2.11% growth. There is a decline to 0.8% growth. And then the next year only 0.5% growth. But we know that they still have this sort of upward trend. And the difference between those two, that shows the amount of headcount cut that they want to make. So that's how I did this. But you really, it's, yeah, you just have either you believe me or believe us or you don't believe us. But this is what the number shows for these. For the second and the third year of the budget plans now, that they want to reduce the public sector employment by about 60,000 jobs in 2023-24. So it's not only a wage freeze. In order to reach the budget plans of the government, they also have to reduce the number of employees. Because the public sector wage bill is not only the wage level, it's the number of employees times times the average.
So if I put it in the numbers that Dick is giving, okay, what you're currently seeing is that government proposed in the budget review for the next 3 years or let's look at the outer years in particular, 2022, 23, and 2023, 24, right? So there, in 2022, 23, that's 656 billion, isn't it, Dick?
I can't see now, sort of, I can pick it up.
And the annual growth in the wage bill requires it to be, will result in 664 billion. So it's 8 billion more than what is budgeted for. So when you take that 8 billion divided by the average annual wage, it means in the first year you're losing more than 18,000 jobs for 2022-23. And by the same way, in the second year, there is a shortfall of 18 billion and some change. And that is resulting in more than 42,000 retrenchment or job losses, which includes retirements and I see Comrade Gordon and Comrade Britannia.
You said we can interrupt you.
Yeah, Comrade Gordon.
We said we can interrupt. I'm looking at these figures with keen interest. The reason is very simple. I'm looking, you're talking about 60,000 that we lost in the public sector. But at the same time, I just want to know, because while we are losing those 60, I realized that our government has come up with another strategy of getting assistant teachers. So where do they fall? Because what I'm worried about is that we might find our country.
It's in a different budget line.
It's a different budget line.
Yes.
But now, listen to this. Are we not anticipating? We must begin now to think properly, because we know our government. Are we not anticipating that they are reducing 60,000? Basically, it's a strategy where they are beginning to replace quality deliberately, so that they can exploit. Because remember, anything that they do while they bring in these assistant teachers, the idea is to say we are creating jobs, but then it's serious exploitation. Because now they are going to get rid of the real workforce, the qualified workforce. They are reducing it with this as a way of saying we are creating, while at the same time they are destroying that. I don't know, that's where I'm sitting.
Spot on.
As a part of the plan is kind of stimulating retirement. You can only retire if you are 55, 56, 58, 54 years old, which means that senior they have a little higher wages. You want them to leave, okay? And also that is knowledge. It's the historical memory of a municipality or those that take care of electricity and repairs or water or something. But these are the people who will maybe take this package. And then you will have sort of the more unexperienced so the quality will decrease. The quality will,
And as
basically fucking things up.
And as people see that the wages in the public sector is not especially good teachers, whatever, they will opt out, isn't it, Comrade Zama, to the private sector?
No, but what I've realized right now, it's not only teaching only. All in government. If you can go to most government, whether institutions or what, they are run by intent. That is how it's happening right now. 90% of all child, if you go to a workplace right now, whether it's a government, when you enter, these are intents who are there. That is why you find that we find ourselves as a country not being able to produce better, because most of those intents, they are just putting them in the deep end without understanding they are not mentored, they are not. So now they are spending that money there because now you're saying there is another budget. But that budget again is a problem, because that is when they say no, it's a skills development. They take it as a skills development, but that's when they exploit these kids.
It's much less and it's temporary. It's not a fixed budget line.
So now what do we do? Because now we cannot have a situation where as unions we must now begin, especially with this conference, we must begin to speak on how do you begin to able to fight that? Because you cannot start your life. It means you are not active in the economy with 3.5. You can't buy a house, you can't buy anything. So it means all these kids, even our relatives or whether they will remain there, not being active in the economy. So we cannot have growth at the same time. So I think we must begin to speak on that.
Yeah, my question is from a layman's point of view. And I'm now sitting there and thinking when you ask me a question, whether this workshop should be taught at what level. And I would have said in the middle. But I think we should teach it from the bottom. One, maybe completely gave a system of question. What sectors are considered when one does a budget? And what this means is in the next 2 to 3 years, we're going to lose 60,000 jobs in terms of we're sitting at 40% unemployment rates. What it means? What are the implications? And, do we have a plan, or does the government have a plan, really, a concrete plan to deal with unemployment? Lastly, let's do, I think now we've got this question. Do we have enough sparkles? Yeah, no, not sparkles.
So, coming back.
Yeah, no, I think.
When I can make a response first.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright.
But
So-
it was just an addition to what Professor was saying.
But that's a comment.
That's a comment.
So to respond and then you comment, right?
Okay.
So in terms of governments and treasuries plan, they're dogmatic, they're completely unwavering in, they don't question their economic policy. It's an economic policy that's straight out of the neoliberal handbook. The attacks on the public sector, as we were saying, the divisionalization of ESCOM and the increased privatization of state-owned enterprises, the way the Reserve Bank is controlled, all of these things, that's straight out of the neoliberal handbook. In spite of the fact that the Financial Times says it's failed. So how is a budget constructed? It's a political question. It's not divorced from your politics. The budget is a reflection of your politics as a government, okay, and your political agenda in effect. And there's a neoliberal agenda that's being advanced here 2.0. And it's an assault. It's an assault, literally, all right, on the public sector. So if you're attacking the public sector, what does it mean you're in favor of? Huh? So you need to attack the workers, you need to attack all of them. So that's why how the budget. So besides the technicalities of it, that's the ultimate question. Okay? So now what we'll invariably see from this is, as I was saying in the beginning, the growing debt problem rather than the fixing of it. And I'll put the growing of the unemployment problem, and as it's not only through the reduction of the teachers, people may say, oh, there's only 5% of the public sector, but we'll come back to that question as well. It's not that much. But we must put it in the context of population growth rate, how many more people are dependent on it, and what's required for just recovery, as Busi was speaking to. But as the economy contracts, as government retrenches, that emboldens the private sector to do the same. So it's not just through this retrenchment, it's through that overall framework. Through the unbundling of SOEs, you'll have retrenchments from there. Through the contraction of the economy, the private and the emboldening of the private sector retrench and not increase wages, you'll have further retrenchment. So that's the situation. I don't know if that answers your question. Comment, writing your comment?
No, my comment was what Professor was alluding to. There was a.
Sorry, can we keep comments and for the end and questions for the break so that I can, because I'm worried about Dick's time and he's going to.
No, it's actually a question.
Okay.
Because there was a.
Very well played, Luati.
Yeah, there was a. I don't know whether it was last year before lockdown or it was in 2019, whereby people were encouraged at 55 to hire. What happened to that? Was it part of this what you are presenting?
Yeah.
That's what
So there were 30,000 or was it 40,000 already tried,
50,000, yeah.
encouraged, and
only
4,000
55,
something.
55.
Only 3,000 applied for that.
Yeah, that was in 2019 budget. So
That was
already
in
then they tried
2019.
it. Yes.
So that's the history of this, and it's related directly to that.
So
You
this
know,
is actually linked
And
to
it's a
that.
continuation of the strategy, and it's actually an intensification of it, because that was come and
But
retire
the
early.
question is, what happened? Was it blocked somewhere in that?
No,
What
the
Okay.
problem,
There was no
the problem
favor.
was that they have said that this will take place without any reduction in the pension. There will be no penalties
There will
for
be no penalty.
early retirement.
Yes.
Then they found out that they couldn't match this with the law, with the government employee pension law and so on. So there was much fewer people. I will get lower pen. They couldn't convince enough people to do it because of that.
Because of the
How they will
of the
deal with it
penalty.
now, I don't know. But
If only 3,000 people are opting for it, and there was more than 20,000 on the table, they saw shit.
well, it was
this is not
30,000.
working.
It was 30,000 at the day. Yeah.
This is not working. Whatever the amount is, okay? There was a large amount that they wanted to push, and they weren't able to achieve it. Only a small amount opted for this. So for them, this wasn't a viable strategy going forward to reduce the size of the public sector. So therefore, and this goes back even from 2017 to 2018, as I was saying initially, where they started to reduce the compensation, they introduced the compensation ceiling budgets. So the ceiling for compensation increased by 10 billion in 2017 and 15 billion in 2018. And then it was the introduction of the early retirement scheme. After the early retirement scheme in 2019, they said, no, we're going to reduce the public sector wage bill by 160 billion
For 3 years.
for 3 years. Then in 2020, on the 15th of April, it was the reneging of the public sector wage agreement. And then in the 2020 medium-term budget policy statement, there was additional cuts proposed for the outer years of 2024-25, I think, that increases the total public sector wage cuts to over 160 billion over the next 3 years. I can go back, I can't remember the exact detail. Maybe Dick can actually, do you remember?
No, not really. I mean, it's going on for a while. But I mean, this about the plan, the budget plan for reduction in public sector jobs with 60,000 when this 3-year period is over. I think it is, and we have pointed this out to COSATU and to other unions at workshops in this Zoom conference, like 2, 3, 4 times. And I think now I will try to just put it in a public article and so on. Because, as you know, maybe also Salipso, but you are not a part of this wage bargaining now. Because you have not the right to do it. But they have put forward a demand that all the vacancies in the public sector should be filled. Very well. But they are not going public with the, how can they sort of push such a demand if the treasury and the government want to reduce because one tool they use to reduce the headcount is of course that when someone quits for whatever reason, you don't replace that person. That's how they, people are always quitting, changing jobs, so they get sick, they die, they retire, whatever, and you don't replace it. And that is what happened in the public health sector, for example. But the unions have not gone public with this, and it makes me crazy because it's also almost like a way of fooling the members. So the members think that the unions is fighting for replacing all the vacancies, but in reality they are facing a demand from the treasury to reduce employment in Israel. So the vacancies, of course, will not be filled.
No.
But it's not public in the debate.
I'm really pressed with time. It's like an hour in, and I know I'm going to be.
But I'm wanting to speak here by 4:15.
But we want to open up for discussion. That's
No,
what
we
I'm-
want no discussions here. People should just sit silent.
Can I proceed, comrades? Because I think there's a lot of stuff that I need to.
Let us rather take note of what you raised and then raise question after you.
I'm happy with that. So, comrades, even So I think we get the point here. There's an attack, and it's an attack that's come on for a long time, and it comes out of this neoliberal framework. And then what's interesting is all the kinds of recognitions and acknowledgements that Treasury and various people from the economic cluster give as to the impacts that this will have. So not only did they make reference to the low compensation in basic education, but here again we see from the Treasury Director General Dondo Mavujani, another acknowledgement where he says, and listen to this, public service employers should be fairly remunerated, but government is obligated to balance its wage bill with the broader needs of society. Nonetheless, he says, reductions of this magnitude will inevitably have negative consequences for the economy and social services. But these short-term costs are necessary to put the country onto a more sustainable footing. So they argue this in spite of the fact that, as we arguing, it's not going to do that. And this really takes lead from a similar perspective from the business press, or Business Unity South Africa, who commissioned a report from a company called Intellidex. And they argue that South Africa must address three interlinked but distinguishable problems with respect to the public sector payroll. And that is that payroll costs are too high, that public costs are rising too quickly at more than inflation, and that public sector employment is increasingly unproductive. It's not adding value to the economy. And so what they said was, essentially what would be required is for government to take a cold hard look at its functions and decide which adds the least value. Then it would invoke the provision of a Section 189 Act of the Labour Relations Act and begin the consultation process mandated for retrenchments based on an employer's operational needs. That's what they propose. So, comrades, then the question is, so what's really happening in the public sector? Okay? And then what we see is that since 1995, now currently it's claimed that there's just above or about 1.3 million public servants, which means that since 1995, it's been virtually no increase in the size of the public sector, when in 1995 there was 1.2 million, 1,269,000 public servants. So that's a marginal increase. Now consider the fact that the population has grown tremendously over the period. Gives a sense of how few public servants there are. There was a massive retrenchment drive in the late 90s, early 2000s. Yeah. And then even though in 2005, 2006, up to 2007, there was an increase of about 200,000 workers. Since then, since about 2012, there's not been a real increase in the size of the public service. In 2012, there was 1.26 million, in 2009 there was 1.26 million public servants. So since 2009, about 40 to 70,000 additional public servants. That's over the past 12 years, which is remarkable. So then we look as well at the size of our public sector as a percentage of the population, as I was indicating, following on from the previous slide. And then if you look at the public sector in middle income countries, that's about 6.8% as the size of the population, and this was in 2010, all right? And ours, when we measure ours, the size of our public sector as a percentage of the population, it's just over 3%, which means that ours is more than half the size of the average middle income countries in many instances we are at. The rest of Africa's size of the public sector is 3.9%. So ours is even lower, the size of the public sector is even lower than the rest of Africa, who have less resources generally than we do. But of course, many people realize it's not size of the public sector that's the problem, right? We know that there's all this amount of vacancies. Even by government's own accounts, as I was saying, that the National Department of Health says there's more than 40,000 vacancies, and a further research that indicates that 97,000 additional posts should be filled over the next couple of years. The comrades aren't happy with the politics. We're working out. No. But they were saying that instead the problem is that people are being paid too much in the public sector, and that the wages of the public sector has been growing too quickly. So then I tried to look at, okay, so how is the wages distributed in the public sector? And then pulling from data from Treasury, you see that when you look at all public servants, most of them actually earn just less than just under 200,000 rand per year. And then the ones who do earn the more than that are generally the last percentiles in the OSDs, or particularly doctors, and then educators generally earning between 200,000, but not more than 400,000 per annum. But doctors in generally account for about 8.6% of the total public servants, and account for about more than 30% of the total budget. Going further on this, we see that, as I was saying earlier on, and this is from Michael Sachs, that in 2016, 2017, about just over 60% of public servants earn less than 20,000 rand per annum. I think a lot of the increases came around 2006, 2007, with the establishment of the occupational specialized specific dispensation, the OSDs. But that was just to be able to get public servants, professional public servants, level of remuneration, compatible, level of wages compatible with that in the private sector, and it wasn't even entirely so. So then, going to look further, we look at, so what were the wage increases of teachers, nurses, and police and correctional services? And this generally makes up the largest percentage of the workforce of the public services. And from this we see that in effect, between 2009 and 2010, this is after the implementation of the OSDs, and 2016, 2017, that the average annual growth for teachers, for example, is 2.4% in nominal terms, and for nurses it's 2.1%, and for police and correctional services it's 2.2%. So over this period is actually a real decrease in wages, and not a real increase, unless of course you're going through the wage progressions and going through the twin towers in a big way. But then you also hear this attack that when we look at the public sector wage model compensation as in just rand terms, that it's more than tripled from what it was in the early 2000s of 154 billion to now more than 580 billion. But this is completely misleading, because when we look at compensation as a percentage of total spending, so that basically accounts for kind of everything will rise at a steady rate, you can imagine. But then we see that actually from 1996, since the class 96 class project, there's been a major reduction in the spending as wages as a total of government's total spending, where it used to be 40% of the total amount of government spending, to now where it's only at 32.8%. So then, remember when I was speaking about, even in South Africa, the business press are saying that we should not attack the public servants. She changed it too in a big way following the budget this year, where she says that Ramaphosa finally did what he had to do. And they are quote, it was an audacious budget. How will it go down politically? The biggie is the public sector wage bill. It's an open wound in the relationship between the ANC and the SARC. A strike with some sort is inevitable. Unions will have to send a signal that they cannot be completely ignored. This is now more than almost 2 months ago, and nothing has happened really. She said that the most militant of the union is Nahau, and that they may do something. But she says that even though the PSA and FEDUSA have maybe been more vociferous, they've been speaking out more, they've never mobilized, they've never put people on the streets. You can't count on them. Where's Satu been? Satu hasn't done anything since 2007, 2008, really. So she says that even if Nahau does do something, don't worry. Ramaphosa, Tito, you've done the right thing. They're not going to respond. That's the challenge that she's put forward to you. And they're quite confident, I think, and that's because they even got the backing of the courts. Now, the question is, what should we agree that it's a good idea to fund the reneging of the third year of the public sector wage agreement, and that everything that has been said, all the attacks are not true, right? All the things that they said is not true. However, we can say that the top levels, I don't know who was saying it earlier, I think it was Gordon or someone was saying, let's look at the very top levels of the income bracket and say how that can be reduced. I don't think that's an argument for others to make. I think that's the argument for unionists to make, because that's powerful in you making that argument. But in addition to that, earlier on, Comrade Zola was saying, when we demand 6% across the board, what does that do to inequality, right? It can deepen inequality if you look at 6% on 100,000 per annum versus R1 million per annum, okay? So we're making a proposal as AIDC to the public sector unions. It's 2 parts. First, you gotta fucking fight, all right? Otherwise, we do. Secondly, in the fight against the reneging of the public sector wage bill, and in the proposals for the next wage agreement, rather than across the board a 6% or a percentage amount, we're saying demand 1,500 rand across the board, or 2,000 rand across the board. And from our calculations, you can see by this table, this means basically that everyone from level 1 all the way to level 11 will have an above CPI increase, okay? And at the level 11 tax band is, our income bracket is 522,000 rand per annum. They're already quite well off, which is just above inflation. This would cost just over 30 or just under 32 billion rand this year, okay? Which is less than the proposed 36 billion that is being cut from the public sector wage bill this year. So this year can be a proposal that can be taken forward that could even win the support of the general public if it's not just put in the context of protecting wages and work, but in terms of what we need for the public service. And that it's not just who's going to teach, who's going to be the health workers. And in that way, it's not just the public sector unions. It's as Zola said at the beginning, it's us as communities and rooted in our communities asking for a just transition, for a just recovery from the pandemic. Thank you so much. Can I run?
Now you're running from the
Comrades, it's now time for a session for question and answers. I'm going to ask Comrade Sinamze. I'm going to put all the questions in there.
Yeah, I'll take Congress today and I'll take the question.
Oh, okay. As I'm going to have 2 rounds of questions.
No, let's have one round of questions because now it's already 12 o'clock. We have taken too much time.
Okay.
Because we want to put on the chair.
By the show of hands, comrade, comrade, forward. Number 1. Comrade Duarte, number 2. Comrade Sefatsa, number 3. In the other hand, comrade Yaro, number 4. Comrade Jabo, number 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Let us start with comrade Hua.
Yeah. Thanks,
I will not wait for him to return.
No, comrade.
Yeah, thanks, Lan. Let me welcome and appreciate the presentation of the community.
Oh, who's back?
On the real issue that affect us as public sector workers.
Appreciate that we're coming to
I've been listening carefully from the beginning, but what actually prompted me to raise my hand was the last part of his presentation. You see, there was an article in which Mozambique once addressed the business community of South Africa to say they mustn't want to invest in South Africa because they have the backing of a progressive worker federation that understands the dynamics and the challenges facing making business in the country. Now, Comrade Dominic has just, raised an issue where it said the government, on the other hand, has got the backing of the court in terms of letting it go with men without being accountable. Now one begins to wonder, to say, we've been relying on the court, to arbitrate where there are disputes between employers and workers. Now, one wonders if this is going to be the trajectory in which now the judiciary working hand in glove now with the government to suppress workers. How are we going to go about it? Because as near shop stewards and unionists, we rely on taking our disputes, particularly if they are not settled or addressed adequately. So we'll take the matter to the court. But now when you get to the court announces that the government to go with it. Maybe can you clarify for me? I don't know whether you captured my point.
Okay. Thank you. Comrade. Number 2.
All right, thanks. Comrade, it's painful to be a public sector worker. MC mentioned was that the public sector which is a scapegoat. And I think Congress will also alluded to that as well. There was I think it was in 2000, I'm still corrected, whether it was 2007 or 2009 strike, where Congress State was given president. It was the 2007 strike. And then there was the Minister of Public, I don't know what, but Fraser Monike. She introduced the occupation-specific dispensation, which was actually improving the system in terms of the pay progressing and all that. Now, I heard Comrade Zola say the pay progressing now in the banking term is now going to be used to pay. I don't know whether maybe that is something that we maybe need to know more. But the question I'm trying to find out is what is going to happen now with what is really happening with this government? The occupation specific is going to be put aside. And then what? Because you mentioned in your presentation that 60% of the workers are earning less than 20,000. And it's a reality after tax deduction. So I think we need to know really whether we are the liability of this government or what is it? Where exactly do we belong?
Thank you, David. I think it goes back to your question. Is there no money in this country? Right?
That question can be better answered by
Congress. Number 3.
Thank you, Comrade. I only have 4 questions.
Four.
Only. Yeah, only 4.
Let's try and shoot straight to the question.
Yeah. You showed us the figures of bloated cabinet. They normally say it's bloated. Even some economists, they normally use that weight when they want to criticize government when it pays money for civil sector. You gave us a sense of 1.2 plus for 1995. And at that time, the population growth was around 40 million plus. Now we are sitting at 56, close to 60. And we are still, the difference is there, I don't see much difference of growth in public service. So I want your view on that one. Or based on the research that we've done, is there a bloated public sector in South Africa? That's question number 1. Number 2, when we're talking about issues of inflation and inflationary, whatever, you touched on the issue of central bank. Central bank, Reserve Bank, or Central Bank. I want to get your opinion on this one, based on the research that you've done, or what is your take on it? Should it still remain being owned by the shareholders, private shareholders as it is, or it should be nationalized as some in the political side are proposing that one to say, let's move away from this one of private individuals owning it, let's nationalize it. I want to get your view based on the research that we have done. Which model will be better for South Africa? Because honestly, this inflation is killing all of us. Number 3, goes back to the issue where Gordon was talking about. When I think maybe touched on this recently on his interview, the issues of the higher echelons of government. He said those people, they are the ones that are suppressing us at the lower level. He said even if there is no salary increase, their salaries are in the region of 2 million, 1.8 million, they are not going to be affected. It's going to be me and you on the ground who are going to be affected by this non-increment. So now he proposed that if he was a president, he would slash their salaries by half. That's what he said. But I want your view on that to say, do we pay our DTGs and DGs a lot of money? Because the wage gap between us and them is very huge. I also want your opinion on that one. The last one, the issue of the courts. I'm a little bit worried, comrades. I will tell you the truth. If unions are going to lose this case at a constitutional court, there is no way we are going. Yeah. The whole process of collective bargaining will collapse. We will still go there, they will come with the court judgment. We will still go there and negotiate, they will say, no, this is the court judgment. So my view is that from where you are, if we can't win it this way, you still see the process of collective bargaining still breathing in South Africa. Thank you very much, comrade.
Thank you, comrade.
Sefasa.
Okay. Number 4, comrade Delo.
Yes, comrade. I think you comrades can we interdict government not to implement these budget issues? I'm not sure about it, but if government is continuing doing that, can we interdict government and say, no, you can't do this thing until you have resolved or you have addressed certain issues that you think you did not take into consideration when we're negotiating?
Thank you, Commissioner. Last but not least, Comrade Jabu.
Yes, thank you. No, I had the conversation, but I want to check, especially from both of you that research or who does have information in terms of the enumeration commission. There was that commission that was going to look into the public sector salaries specifically. How did it was? And what happened? Last time when I checked, it went to education said lastly it was going to health, and I don't know whether it's collapsed. Then I so wish to be updated if you got any information. Then the second question, which is the last one. There is this song that has been said by Tito Bowie ever since he was appointed as the Minister of Finance. His song is saying public sector workers, they are overpaid. He's been singing, and when he sings, they get head, and he gets. But I don't know about public sector workers. They also entertain us. How true it is, according to the research, compared to the global workers for the public sector in particular. For an example, I'm not sure of it's facts, but I was told once that some government employees does not pay tax in one of the countries, but here they all pay, whether they are a soldier, whether they are a warrior, or but they pay tax. So only those two questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. We are going to give Comrade Dominic a chance to answer those questions already.
No, I think there's some questions I'll throw back to you and some of you will have to answer. Comment Kue, I'm going to come back to the question of the post because it came up more than once. So I'll come back. Comment Duarte, I agree. Public sector wage laws is spectrum. To my knowledge, I didn't know OSB, but comment apparently you may know, or they can't see the OSB. What? OSB. Or they can't see.
Oh no, can I just clarify that proposition by government only? Government is saying we don't have money for this thing,
Yeah.
but they are saying we are helping this movement. We take from your leave encashment, we take from your resettlement allowances, we also take from your gratuity. We take from there's a fourth thing that we are actually mentioning.
Please, no question.
Yes, it's traveling allowance, resettlement allowance, pay progression, leave encashment. That's the mandate we have. So now because we don't have money for you, that money totals to 9.6 billion. To tickle you, we will divide that by 1.3. It's gonna be 3.1%. Once off gratuity payment. That's
benefits that a wage
Yeah, it's your own benefits, you know. So, but once you take that, forget until you die about
It's coming back.
settlements
It's
and,
coming back.
yeah.
Yeah.
But
But it has nothing to do with the OSD.
Yeah, nothing to do with OCD. But the question is, if they take the pay progression is linked to IQMS.
Over time.
Which is the what you call the IQMS application, the integrated quantum years. Are we going to, as educators now, be forced to do that? But if they take away pay progression, which is linked to IQMS, and now it's called QMS, what is going to happen to that?
I think that question is a question for labor regulation. So it should be taken to
No, it's just an open question. I'm not expecting an answer from this floor, but it's a question, maybe part of the research that we are doing.
No, maybe what we should do, it's a very important question, it's a broad question. Pity that we are not at the council. We should find a way to send to those who are in the council. To raise that question. Or as a from the people. Are you going to answer it?
Yes, I can answer.
Okay.
Once the question is what is going to happen, the answer is the unions that were there yesterday already elected. So it's not something that is there.
Not going for. Not going
Yes.
for.
Yeah, we don't need to worry about it because it's rejected.
Can we get this proposal shared with without the information? We can share whatever.
Well, we can share with you.
Yeah.
Then maybe we can
We can
take
take
it
it
further
further.
from
Yeah.
part of what Commissioner said in terms of labor relations and public
We
council.
can
Then
see
we
what
can take on
aspect
that.
you
Yeah, we take note of that.
Then Comrade Zapata asked a few questions, right? So the first point you make, which I completely agree with, is that based on this graph, the size of the public service is obviously not known. And I think most people can obviously make that deduction quite easily, as you correctly point out. We had just over 1.2 million people working in the public service in 1995. It's just over 40 million people. Now we have close to 60 million. There's only 1.3 million. So obviously, that's not the problem. Right? So I agree with you. The argument that most people are making, and not most people in the mainstream media now, because the main message that's going out there, is that it's not the size of the public sector, it's the size of the public sector, it's the age also. So here you can see again from, let's see, these 3 points, here. See those 3 bullets? It says payroll costs are too high, payroll costs are rising too quickly, and public sector employment is increasing in our country. That's their main argument. So it's not about the size of it. Now then the question is, okay, so all public servants pay too much. Yes. Now, in the public, I agree with you. Now I think it's a yes and a no. I think that when we look at most of the grades, it's under all grades under most of the public services earning under 20,000 per month, right? Now, but in a South African context now, let's just say that if you are earning more than 3,500 rand, you're getting a good salary. Basically. So in that context, it seems high. But what the public service has done is that it's actually reduced the level of overall inequality in relation to workers within the public sector, which is probably a good thing. So the question is really a political one. We should argue, I think, that workers should be paid a proper wage, right? But I think we should also consider that within the context of what is a living wage. And that means that it should also mean that there's sufficient resources to invest in infrastructure, development, and all of the things that can contribute to people's living. So I don't think that as a public worker or as a socialist, we should want to be paid 50, 60, 70,000, whatever per month plus. Instead, for us, it should be that with a proper decent wage of, let's say, 20,000 rand per month or up to whatever, that comes with a proper housing system, a proper transport system, proper don't have to opt out from the public sector to go to the private sector where it requires a lot more money to finance, it's about profits. So it's a political question. So if you're arguing as teachers, well, we can't teach because of these conditions, we need many more teachers, plus we need the development of transport, plus we need, and we all want to be paid a living wage, which encompasses all of this. That's how we must think about it politically, and not simply as, I don't know, that's what I would suggest. And then just to say that in terms of what size a public sector should be in general, there's no like in principle agreement on what the size should be. I think that's also a political question. And when considering again the large amount of people who were excluded, the majority of people who were excluded from the South African economy for a long time because of apartheid and all of those things, you can imagine that there's a need for a large public sector because there's a lot of work to be done. We have lots of housing that needs to take place, lots of electricity, lots of all of these things. And we are the public, if you're doing it for public good, for the public service, that means you need people to do it. So that's, again, where I think that it can be beneficial. Lastly, on how much a public worker should be paid, in my opinion, is a political opinion, is that it should probably take into consideration the broader context. So if you have mass unemployment and public sector workers are dependent on a large numbers of workers, I think not just demanding high wages though, but also demanding employment strategies so the government invests in real job creation possibilities. Sorry, I hope that answered your question. Then the next one you asked about was the South African Reserve Bank. Now, I'm not going to get into the detail of the ownership, okay? But more principles argument about what it should be doing or could be doing. Now, I think that the Reserve Bank, regardless of ownership, is similarly advancing quite a neoliberal economic strategy, monetary policy. And in this instance, it relates to the idea of needing to attract foreign investors and foreign direct investment into the country, coupled with the need to keep inflation low. So you ended the argument by saying inflation is killing us. That's the exact thing they are saying, and that we need to curb inflation by curbing the levels of debt and the debt repayment levels in the country. So government must consolidate the debt so we don't have to pay higher interest rates. Okay, so they want to keep, but domestically our interest rates are quite high. So I don't know if this is complicating things too much, but domestically our interest rates are quite high to be able to attract these foreign investors. And we have this macroeconomic policy that lowers spending to reduce our debt level to ensure that our external borrowing, external financing doesn't come at a higher debt level. I don't know if that makes sense. So locally our debt levels are high to be able to attract investors to come here, but we have an investment or monetary policy that tries to make sure that our borrowing, possibilities of borrowing is good, our credit ratings are good, so that borrowing from foreigners on foreign, I should say, foreign creditors are not too high. So that's their main thrust. Okay, so with this, if they embark on the policy of, let's say, printing more money quantitatively, which they can do through a mechanism of buying government bonds, then means that there's more money to spend in the economy, right? They can do that. And they did that to a certain extent during the heart of the pandemic when they bought bonds, but on the secondary bond market. What we are arguing, and to draw on Chris Malakan and quite a bit as well, is that we can actually go directly to the primary bond market. We can buy bonds directly from government and provide financing directly for government. Their argument against that is actually the argument of inflation. Right? We're saying that if you use this money and you do it in a way that can actually mitigate, we can combat the possibilities of rising inflation or hyperinflation, in this way. So yes, to answer your question politically, I agree the Reserve Bank, we agree as the South African Reserve Bank will play a much more redistributive or supporting a much more redistributive economic policy. I can reduce interest rates domestically to 0%, which means it would be easier for us to borrow, purchase homes, whatever. But even that, we should demand the government does a lot of that too. So, Dick is pretty experienced and knowledgeable on this as well.
I mean, you can hear from Dominic that he's focusing on the policy of the central bank. And the policy of the central bank is kind of decided by the governor and so on. And there you have a lot of things that they are not doing that they could do. Then, of course, the issue that the Central Bank of South Africa, I think there's only one country more which has a private central bank. And it is a crazy arrangement, okay? But if you should go for that, rather than speaking about all the policies that Dominic is mentioning, or if you should go for both, I think it depends on, are you prepared to expropriate these shareholders' assets or not? Are you prepared to take this confrontation with the business press and the bourgeoisie in the country? Because they will say, oh, you expropriated private property, soon you will do this to us too. No. So if you feel that you are strong enough to take this thing, but if you feel that you are not strong enough to do this thing, you should pay the kind of market rate for the shareholding of the central bank. Then I think you shouldn't do it because it becomes too expensive. So then it becomes kind of like an issue of political strength between the progressive camp or the Labour camp who wants to have a normal central bank that is owned by the nationalized, and the bourgeoisie and the conservative and the reactionary business press. Oh, it's free to hell, like that. Oh, it's a socialist government. They are coming for our asses too now. If you don't want that, then you just discuss the policy of the central bank. And so I mean, when Julius Malema and others raise this issue, I can see it's more like a symbolic issue for them. It's kind of like, and it is important too, but it's more like they want to appear so damn radical, and I don't think that they are so radical any longer. I'm sorry. So because our nationalized sounds very good.
And that's the main reason why it's not because I'm scared of socialism. I absolutely want socialism, but it's more to the substance of what needs to be done rather than the.
If you really would have a progressive or socialist government coming to power in this country, of course it would
nationalize.
It would.
Yeah.
Because then it would do a hell of a lot of other things also, which also would upset the business.
Exactly.
Yeah, it would do it.
So we agree.
So that's basically.
So, but it's you can't see. Sorry, but you can't see what the South African Reserve Bank is doing outside of the political decisions taken by the government itself, which is aligned with the broader political economic direction that's been taken at the moment by the South African government and the ANC. But then, Sapata, you asked another question.
Like the one for collective bargaining, the one for the COP.
So,
if UNOS loses at the Concord, what will be the process of collective bargaining?
yeah. So besides, in addition to that, we need Deputy Director General.
Or the DG,
Yes, I think they do, and there's many others that can make money. Now, before I answer the question on the courts again, I'm going to go to, I think it's Commentio asked about do we make presentations to government. And largely we don't as AIDC. There's occasions where we do. Sometimes in relation to SARS, where we've done research in corporation to shift the profits to avoid paying taxes and their fair share in wages. But in addition to that, we don't really do much. Reason being is because, as I was saying earlier on, this government is quite unwavering. It's not challenging its questioning of this neoliberal agenda. Okay? So because of that, trying to lobby government is useless for us. us, the main thing is to try and sit here with comrades like you to try and shift the balance of forces. It's a class question, requires a class and a working class response, right? And for us, that's the proposal. And so then the question goes back to the courts. So what if the constitutional courts working with government? So I actually have a different view on this comment, and you might not like it. But I actually think it's useful in a sense that the constitutional court in some ways is saying no, that there has to be a separation between what the executive, the government, and the legislature says, and what the judiciary says. I think the separation of powers is important, okay? And we can think about it like this. Imagine you have a reactionary or a right-wing force, Comrade Jabu and Comrade Ntola, who takes over or tries to challenge the budget, right? And they say, actually, no, for this and this reasons, this government, and we have a left-wing government in power, and they say we must challenge and push a more neoliberal agenda. And they use the courts to do it, and the courts, they win in the courts because they make a good argument. They can go against progressive and socialist forces. So I think that it's useful that there is the separation of power. We cannot relinquish our power as the working class in the court system. We should, however, defend the judiciary because it's important, and we've seen that there's been important gains that have been made through the judiciary that I think actually helps to defend and extend the possibilities of fighting as working class forces. Having said that, it's within that context that I think that we have to push further than the court system. And it's actually only through the agitation and movements that we can build the political vehicle that Comrade Stofile spoke about yesterday and that Comrade Zola was speaking about today that can advance the struggle in a meaningful way. And that's where I would say, and this is where I'll end really, I won't answer the question of the collective bargaining council and what it means for them, because I don't know, that's for workers to decide, that's not for me to decide. But what I will say is, if government doesn't fulfill its agreement, what do you go into that process? That's what you have to pay. But if it is about this struggle and what we're going to do, I think one of the key things that we have to consider outside of the court system is getting rid of the finance minister, who's a massive impediment right now, is a blockage to anything, any alternative, and maybe getting rid of him can be that's not the solution, but maybe that can be the basis for a much broader struggle against the current neoliberal agenda. And so maybe we should be saying Tito must fall in October and walk all roads to the medium-term budget and get public sector workers, communities, ESCOM workers to fight against unbundling at ESCOM, and let's try and, over that period, bring this country to a complete standstill and tell him Mboweni must fall and get the president to sack Mboweni. Thank you, comrades.
Where is the chairperson?
All that.
Comrades, I think it will be proper for us to give Comrade Amanda and Dominic another big round of applause. And you've taken 2 hours. You've spoken more than any other speaker who would have spoken in this conference. But you've raised very important issues, and I guess that Comrade Jihad and Comrade Bongani have left up some important points of discussion moving forward. Now it's almost 3:45. 2 things. I want to propose that we just grab coffee and come back here. I initially thought that we can have a 5-minute break, but in the interest of time, I propose that we just one by one go and grab coffee and come back. Comrade Dick is ready. Immediately after Comrade Dick, Comrade Jihad and Comrade Duati will wrap up the session. That's accepted. Comrade Four and Comrade Dick. There is a proposal here that I must give you 5 minutes to stretch your legs. Seconded. Yeah. Thirded. Fourthed. Agreed. Yes, great. Tea will come. Evaluation form of the conference.
Yeah. Yeah. But
Then
then
we ask you a lot from you.
but it'll have to be afterwards because I can't disturb once it's busy running the live session.
It would have to be after.
Unless it's oh wait, I've got another laptop. Thanks. But then I need a logo. So that is over when a logo and one session.
Thanks. I still enjoy it.
I love it. I love it.
Very nice.
Higher on,
Yeah. Try it.
higher on.
Try it. I'm trying out.
Yeah, that is the same. Yeah. Oh, no, sorry.
Yes, fine. Hola. Estamos en el Panam. Yeah, I was in Calais. 1975. Conversation today. Oh, you. Yes, fine.
Bazafika ngoku inazi.
That's our logo. That is not my sort of like a logo.
Yeah, can't you really
Then you can so if they did, you can send the words into
official document.
so send it to me.
Yeah. Masebenzise uChrome. Yebo. Ngikufumene. Companies know my potential, so they'll always utilize it. They can't just
Then send it to us.
potentially unused. You know, the companies
You have someone to add it.
Now, whatever that question you raised,
When I'm talking about
Yeah, no,
I can't take you away from sofa and come and sleep sofa.
I'm responding to me.
No. You're like jihad because now government will start taking
yes, I'm instructed to introduce you first, and then chair your session.
Take questions and answers.
Mr. Expert, please.
Expert, comrade.
I don't get a picture of my presentation. I get the picture of my grandchild.
Must drag it across. Drag it.
Stratus and stratus.
Drag your presentation from your one screen to the other.
I don't only have one screen.
Move it to that one. From your one to that one.
So it's on extended mode.
Yeah, I think they must start.
But your last question, is the obvious question.
I mean, from there.
So what? Well, in all these questions, it's an obvious question. What? All these questions that now, the person gets that.
Phakathi ufuna ukwenza wakhe demani
Dominic.
njani ningazazi problems zikho wena zaziwa
Crisis.
zenza behleli
See a lot of crisis. Because if they want to cut the size, how they going to manage it?
akayifuni office
But
utitsha sikave ekwazweni ubhatalwa mahhala
Tomorrow.
Oh, now they try. What's your blood program?
There will be nobody.
They want employ with you. That's
There will be
what
nobody.
And what I know is, listen now that they are putting 0% increase. They are hiding behind that delivery judgment. All right. How to say, dear man, now the boom at
I wanted to do that, but I was not.
Now I'm in charge. When everybody
I like the new style of presenting.
Yeah, the new style. The old style was not.
Comrade
But I will do as usual, screen and shop.
that
Can't connect it again.
does it mean I'm now the president of this organization?
No.
Yeah, but it's never-
Okay, let's do this.
Zinaweza kuya because of the signing in.
Oh,
Mpaka email address yako.
now we do charge.
Correct. I still have the old. You change it. The old program. Or we have the new ne ke batla ho bona ke ne ke bona mokule o re o comrade judge ba tlo present ke tomorrow or not today.
Not today, still. The first one is not here.
Oh, okay.
But they are tomorrow.
Oh, capture.
Let them bring the tea inside Comrade Batan. Thanks, Comrade. Can we get your attention? We are now going to deal with the item on liberate the GPF to save the public sector wages. My name is Dedikoe, just like your child is calling you. Yeah, comrades, I want to begin this session. I'm a Sankarian.
Me too.
I'm always inspired by the courage that Thomas Sankara had. Maybe it is because I'm also Thomas. My name is also Thomas.
The flavor, really.
Yeah. Thomas Sankara once said, I quote, "You cannot carry out fundamental change without a certain amount of neatness. In this case, it comes from non-conformity, the courage to turn your back on the old formulas, the courage to invent the future. It took the madmen of yesterday for us to be able to act with extreme clarity today. I want to be one of those madmen who must dare to invent the future." So comrades, as this session deals and affects our daily bread and butter issues, I think it's quite imperative and important that we listen carefully and participate maximally in this particular session. But allow me to say that we are going to be led in the presentation by the son of the soil. He's a Swedish national who came to South Africa and IDEC in 2010. He's a socialist economist, maybe most known for his work during the Marikana Commission on loan means profit shifting of funds to Bermuda before the 2012 massacre. He's a senior economist at IDEC, and maybe you can say the only, meaning that he is the oldest economist in IDEC from several ones that we have now. He's the son-in-law of the Amadiba community on the West Coast. A trade unionist in nature and character who dedicated his time and life fighting side by side with the working class and the poor to obliterate the cruel capitalist neoliberal policies impoverishing the majority of our people. Comrades, let's welcome Comrade Dick Fortinas.
Ulwazi. Amanda. Ulwazi. Amanda. Yeah. So I don't know if you back there can hear me, or if you, I don't know even you can see if I would write something there. But I just put up this. This is a poem from the 1930s from the communist. He made theater and poetry and so on, and he has a special meaning for a Swede because he was a refugee. He went into, he fled to Sweden in the 1930s from the Nazi dictatorship that came to power in Germany in 1930s. And yeah, it's a very nice poem. It's also very nice in Swedish, I can say, this poem. But it's quite known in the Swedish labor movement that you should put your finger on every number and ask how it got there. So it's really about attending to details and preparing to take part. So I quite like it. But anyway, I don't see my slide myself. I have to do that. So this is about this government employee pension funds, and someone spoke about the constitution and so on. And could you take the budget and austerity through the constitutional court? It has been debated in civil society. We've been thinking about it. The issue is a formulation in the constitution that the government should use its available resources. So what, I will use it later. So what resources are available? So that is a political question. One realizes this because if you say that no, you have a wealth tax or wealth over 3 million rand, and you put the 3% tax on that, and then you have it graduated. So if you have over 7 million rand, you put the then corporate. Yeah. It's a very interesting fight going on here.
That's the dialectic unfolding in front of us.
Okay. So then you will see from if you follow the discussion about this in the media, you will see that what I would call the corporate economists or the bourgeois economists, whatever, the mainstream financial industry economists, they would say that no, this money is not available. Or they say that for different kind of reasons. And the same people would say about the government employee pension fund, that this money is not available. And I mean, the campaign of the Democratic Alliance in Parliament, oh, you're going to steal the workers' money. You are dipping into, what is the expression? It's kind of, yeah, you want to raid it. You want to raid the government employee pension fund, steal the workers' money. No, the policy of the state pension funds to be to maximize the returns of the DEPF in order to maximize the pensions of the workers. So Dominic, he never touched upon that, even if there was the intention. But the DEPF has a special history, and if you study the history, and there is also some very good articles on the subject. One by Fred Hendricks, which draw quite a lot on research made by a comrade who is not with us any longer, Gavin Duffy, who made research about how the so-called apartheid debt, or the government debt, or the government was kind of like indebted to itself through the state pension fund and paying huge amount of money to the government employee pension funds, which the government employee pension fund in its turn lent back to the government at the interest rate. And you will see that this arrangement is still here today. But the whole construction of it was a political construction of the government employee pension fund after 1994, and it seems clear it was a part of the so-called negotiated settlement. So it was a way of preventing the government to have a more kind of socialistic or progressive inclined policy, because it put a big financial strain on the government finances. Secondly, it guaranteed the income of security staff and police and all the people who have been in the apartheid administration after 1994. And that is why it was changed from a special type of system of pension, which I shall explain, and to the system that we have today. But in all this, do you know that when we speak about the public sector wage bill, have anyone told you that 13%, meaning 13 rand out of every 100 rand paid in compensation to employees, is payment to the government employee pension fund? And that is why who has become completely bloated, and I will try to show it later. That is why, if you remember, I think it was now in December, that the public employer said that no, in order to settle these things, this was before they knew that they would win in the labor court. They were a bit scared that they would lose in the labor court. So they tried to settle it by saying that no, you don't have to make the contributions to the GPF this year. That would save us, that would give you it would give you a 7% wage increase or something like that. Because, as some of you, or maybe all of you know, you have on your wage 7.5%, I think, 7.5% of the wage you get is deducted. It goes to the GPF. And then there's also an employer contribution to the GPF. For the army and these type, I think it's about 60%, and for the rest it's 13.5%. Contribution on the pensionable part of the wage. It goes to the GPF. And in 2020, or the year that ended in 31st of March 2020, it was 80 billion rand that went into the GPF in these type of contributions, employer contributions and employee contributions. And these 80 billion, it's quite steadily about 30% of the so-called public sector wage bill. So I don't know if you knew this before, or if this is the first time someone said this to you. Do you also know that the state pension fund GPF is the biggest creditor of the treasury? So 11%, 11 rand out of every 100 rand that the government has borrowed, which is a part of the state debt, is owed to, has been borrowed from the GPF. And it's paid back at the market interest rate. So the GPF is the biggest creditor of the government, meaning that the government basically owes money to itself, because it's the government. It's the government who are the main and only shareholder and owner of the state pension fund. 16%, 16 rand out of every 100 rand of Eskom's debt is debt that is owed to the GPF, which is paid back at market interest rate. So out of the 480 billion rand that Eskom had in debt, you know from the media and discussions that about 200 billion of that amount is considered as unsustainable debt. You have to deal with this debt of Eskom in some way, or eventually it will go wrong. But last year, 79 billion of these 480 billion was owed to the GPF and paid back to the GPF at market interest rates. Okay?
So is it paid back?
Yeah, no, there's something that is called bonds. And you know that those of you who have a bond on a house or a car, you know what it is. But bonds, which we speak about here, government bonds, or bonds that are issued by ESCOM, or it could be by the Johannesburg municipality, or it could be by Ekhuleni municipality or Durban, eThekwini, etc. But treasury bonds, these bonds are traded on the market, so you buy and sell these bonds, and they can shift in price. You can speculate. So it's not like you can't buy and sell your bond on your car and so on, but there's a market for bonds. So loans to such institutions like government and so on is called bonds. And presently, the interest rate on a 10-year treasury bond, which is a loan that you have to pay back in 10 years, the government has to pay back to the lender, to the creditor, this amount in 10 years from now. The interest rate paid every year is 9%, about 9% now, which is an extremely high interest rate. And that is what Dominic spoke about before, when he spoke about attracting foreign investors because of high interest rates. He speak about investors who wants to earn money by lending money to the South African government or to any other player in South Africa, like ESCOM or whatever. ESCOM even paid higher interest rates than 9%. 9% interest rate means that, as you know, if you lend someone 100 rand, after 1 year you should have a 9 rand in income, in interest income from that. So that is what is attracting foreign investors. So the government is playing a very big role also in the larger economy and it's influencing the government finances by the contributions that it is made to the GPF on the wage bill, on the public sector wage bill, and on the interest rates that the government and ESCOM and Transnet and Samral and other government so-called parastatals or SOEs are paying to the GPF. And the official policy of the GPF, the State Pension Fund, is to maximize the returns and then allegedly to the benefit of the pensioners, of the future pensioners. Yeah. So what Tito Mboweni says is that it's because we have this big debt, the government has this big debt, where the debt service, which mainly is interest payments on this debt, is growing. That is why we have to cut in the public sector and so on. We have to decrease our borrowing. And what is happening, and you can see, I calculated here from the latest budget review. So this divided by that is about 5.9%. And then it grows every year as a kind of effective interest rate on the state debt, which is this. This is the gross state debt. Okay. 10 year, illa tesoro, miljoner. So that is, and this is the dynamic of the situation. So the debt service cost is growing, and it's kind of taking a. This is the interest part of the state expenditure. It's not the non-interest. This is the so-called interest payment of expenditure. Dominic explained before about non-interest, but this is the debt service cost, which is growing. So now it's very important now. The interest rate here is very important for the debt service cost. Imagine, for example, if the interest rate here would be not the market interest rate, but let's say it would be fixed at 4%. So the effect on the state debt and on the debt service cost would be dramatic. And the reason is that the presently, or the Treasury, is not only it's not only paying, it's also taking new loans in order to pay the interest on old loans and to pay back old loans. So if you reduce the interest rate, let's say by 2 percentage points, from 6 to 4%, you will dramatically reduce the debt service costs of the government. Okay? And that such an insight is key to the proposal that we have been made again and again. And to some comrade who asked, yes, we also have presented this to the Finance Committee of the Parliament. Those who were just officials in the Parliament Budget Committee, they really liked the presentation. But the Deputy DG of the Treasury, he has got angry because he doesn't want to listen to these type of arguments. Yeah. The interest rate of the debt, which is a market interest rate, and this is an average. I mean, for 10-year Treasury bonds now charge an interest rate from the creditor, which is about 9%. One very good insight to have, which is very simple and childish, but it's extremely important to keep in mind, is that the amount of debt in the economy is equal to the amount of claims. So if you have a debt to someone, that someone has a claim on you. If I borrow 100 rand from the chairperson here, then he has a claim on me. I have a debt of 100 rand, he has a claim on me of 100 rand. So the question, who are the claimants? Who are the creditors? Is extremely important. And sometimes, you know, when it's sort of with a business rescue or whatever, the SAA and so on, then sometimes the business rescue, they sort of, okay, who are the claimants here? Oh, we have the bank, we have this, we have the chairperson here, blah, blah, blah. Can I threaten them? I say that if you don't reduce your claims on this company, you will lose everything. But if you halve your claims on this company, then it will continue. Then you will only lose a little. Remember that in the literature, in the business literature, or the bourgeoisie kind of, they claim that the interest rate, well, it's a payment for a risk taking. That's what they say. I take a risk when I lend money to Dominic, for example. Quite a huge risk, in fact. So therefore, I claim an interest rate of 12, 13, 14% on it. So that because I'm very anxious. So I want to have a good reward for this. That's what they say. So on that basis, of course, there always a possibility that you lose your money or a part of your money if you lend it to someone. For example, to Dominic. Okay. The amount of debt and claims are the same. Who are the creditors? Okay. And when you speak, you have a very strange situation in South Africa because you also have another big player, not at all as big as GPF, but that is the UIF, the Unemployment Insurance Fund. They have also lent money to GPF. About 9-10 billion rand or something like that. And the Charles Marx is sort of, and UIF basically is a very strange fund because you have a official unemployment of over 35% now, or is it 32 or 33? And then you have a completely bloated fund called UIF, who they draw upon now because of COVID. So they sort of, UIF in fact is one of the few institutions in South Africa where the government really took money and distributed to those who become unemployed, even if the employer took a lot of this money. They stole the money from people who should not get it. But it was because of the UIF sitting on a fund of 150 billion rand. So how can an institution, an unemployment insurance, it's insurance, you pay insurance money. How is it possible that you can accumulate 150 billion rand in such a fund if you have a sort of 4, 5, 6 million officially unemployed in the country. It's inexplicable. It's one of these things that makes me crazy. But that is how crazy government policy is sometimes. You should pay out the insurance, of course, to those who are unemployed. But obviously it's too difficult to get the money from there. I want to add another thing also. It really speaks to that it would be nice to have another conference and go through other things, but I will just mention this. So when you have this division between the employer contribution to a pension fund and the employee contribution to a pension fund, it is really a political division or an ideological division, because everything at the end of the day is in fact contribution from the worker, from the employee. The reason is, and those of you who have been sitting in wage negotiations, you know this, yeah?
Who contributes 7.5?
It's the worker.
And government contributes
35% or 16% on the wage bill. But the thing is this.
What my assist in my
So what you think that in the first analysis, you think me as a worker, I contribute 7.5% of my wage, but the government, the employer, he's also kind because he was also making a contribution of usually 13.5% on the wage bill, okay? On the pensionable part of the wage bill, because some of these remuneration that people get is not pensionable, okay?
Comrades, can I request that we pack our questions so that the comrades should flow and then...
No, it's kind of, it's not,
Okay.
if it becomes too complicated, then I will say, but if you've been sitting up on doing wage bargaining, then you know there's something called knock-on effects, isn't it? So the employer can say, no, you can't demand these wage demands because you must think about also, this will also increase my contributions to the pension fund. So this means, and this is not I'm not speaking Marxist theories, this is textbook theory I'm speaking now. Every economist know, even if they are fascist economists or they are right-wing, they know that the payroll tax, like these contributions, this division between employer and employee is only ideological or political. In reality, the worker is always paying everything to the pension fund, because the part that is paid by the employer is deducted off, is calculated off at the wage bargaining table. I'm just mentioning this now, so it's just to make you. One can speak also about this about inflation and so on. I will show a chance now. So the Treasury is financing its debt by taking new loans presently. That's why it's very important to bring down the interest rate, because a part of the interest rate payment is also financed by taking new loans to market interest rate. Okay? And it's increasing this interest by a little every year, because that's the issue. No, if you are indebted more and more, then it's more risky. So if you want us to lend you more money now, you have to increase the interest rate. That's how it works. I've already spoken about how the EPF and ESCOM and Sandal and so on have financed a large part of their loans from EPF. But now I shall present two views on the pension system. First, I present the view of the state pension fund that is the ruling system in South Africa, which is called the fully funded system. Okay, it's a fully funded, which means that from the fully funded view, you kind of imagine what would happen if the company would go bust. Okay, suddenly the company goes bust, and you have been paying pensioners, those who have been pensioners of the company, and they also have a claim on you because they have a claim, they have an average time until they will pass away, and on that time you have to have money to pay them until they pass away, on the average. Then you have also those employees who are already in the company. They have also worked up pension claims on you, which they rightfully should get. So if your company go bust, then you basically should pay out everything that you have accumulated in the pension fund to them. Okay. So the fully funded system is really kind of, it's applicable or reasonable in a way if you have a private mining company with a pension fund, because you don't know if it will continue. But it's quite unreasonable when it comes to having it as a state pension fund, because the state will not disappear, and there will always be new employees coming who will pay so you have all the employees here, quite a lot of people. Then you have kind of like a box here, and then you say to these people, you are saving for your pensions. You tell them. Then you have fewer pensioners here, and now presently the GPF is financing the pension and benefits of about 400,000 people who have retired. Okay, so when these people here are paying their money here, they basically pay it to the pensioner here. No, yeah, like this. But you tell them that you are saving to your pension. Okay, so they are gathering points here, and when they come over to this side, then there will be new people here, and you tell them you are saving to your pension. Okay? But what they are doing is that they are paying the money to this person. Now, this box can be constructed in different ways. You can have all kind of systems here. You can, for every rand, you can count points, for example. So depending on how many points you accumulate, that determines what you get when you come over to this side. And then you tell this person, now you get back your pension which you have saved. Okay? But there's nothing never been saved here. Everything is just going directly to the system. See, it's not like you put your pension. It's not like you have a hole in the tree here. It could be kind of in more, like 500 years ago in Europe, or maybe here in South Africa. You know you were getting old, so you were gathering precious things, and you put it in a hole in a tree like this. And then when you can't work any longer, then you go and fetch in the tree like this. Now, what has happened with the fully funded, when the fully funded system comes over to the state, it becomes a state pension fund, then it completely also bloats the financial market. So the GPF is very important for the stock market prices on the Johannesburg Securities Exchange, because it is the biggest owner, also through the manager PIC. You know that, I haven't gone to that, but you have this scandalous PIC who is making, it's a manager. So that is why DEA or anyone in the finance industry and so on would be very angry and would completely object to my presentation here today. Also for personal, social reasons, because they know, which is something that we suggest from AIDC, maybe also from Duma Kubuli, he's also suggesting this. You should stop buying shares on the GSE. You should divert most of your investment to the treasury bonds and to SOEs in crisis. And there you shouldn't charge market rates. You should set the market interest rate which secure the pension benefits of you. Because the main task of the GPF is of course to pay pensions and benefits to the spouse. But if you have a surplus over there, and GPF indeed has an extreme surplus, then you use it for other social things. You don't do it in order to prop up the share prices on the JSE, on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. If the government is in crisis, if you have austerity policy that kills people at the hospitals, then you must deal with that for moral and political and whatever reason. Okay? So this change, then from the fully funded view, something catastrophic or a small, really a bad thing happened to the GPF last year. You can see that this column here now, this table is some kind of like 300, well, 200, a little more than 200 billion rand smaller. All the time here it was growth, where here there was a bad year on the stock exchange, and so almost stagnant here. But here it really fell, and this is where the COVID crisis hit. And because of the GPF being so heavily invested in shares, in corporate shares that are traded on the stock market, the GPF formally lost about 200 billion rand in value in last year. And as a result, the board, they didn't say that in the annual report, they issued a special press statement in November. They postponed the independent actuarial audit of GPF last year. The reason was that the GPF law, I think of 1998 or 96, no, I think it's 1998. It stipulates that you should have a 90% coverage of all the pension claims on you. You remember I spoke about these fully funded things. So if there's a shock in a private company which go bust, okay, then if you have a 90% fully funded, it means that on everything you owe to everyone, you can at least pay 9 rand out of 10. Okay, that is in the GPF law. Okay, so if the state disappears, which Lenin doesn't want the state to disappear, he wants to replace the state with another state. Okay, but someone, I just meet this objection if there's someone. If the state disappears, this in a dream, okay, then with 90% fully funded, at least 90% of the worked up claims by pensioners and those who are still, but who are now retrenched and fired, 90%. But the board of the GPF, they have decided 100% fully funded for some reason, which sort of becomes an effort to bloat the GPF even more. So if there had been an audit last year, then the independent auditor, it's Alexander Forbes, they do it, then they would have said that you can't increase the pension this year, and you also have to change the so-called, the formula for pension benefits. And in the formula for benefits, there's something called actuarial factor, okay? Actuarial factor. Actuarial factor. So the formula is something like this, that is how many years, is more complicated like this, but how many years you have been working, and then your salary, the salary, your final 2-3 years, and then there's times the actuarial factor. And the actuarial factor depends on how the fund is doing generally, kind of, and how the economy is doing. Especially how in a fund that is heavily invested on the stock market, like the GPF is, and basically playing with the money of the pensioners, I would say, or members' money. If there's a shock to the stock market, as it was in March last year because of COVID, well, then the auditor, he has to play by the rules. It doesn't matter that the stock market went up again, and in June again everything was fine, okay, until next crash. So it was March like this, and then the cut-off date was about here. So you must see, is it fully funded here or not, okay? And I have calculated this, and I would say that at the 31st of March last year, the GPS was funded at below 80%, okay? So there could be no pension increases, no inflation-related things. The actuarial factor and the independent order would have to say, no, you have to increase the contributions also in order to reach up now. But now what they did is, also with the permission of the independent auditor, they postpone it 1 year. They always do it every second year, but the law, the EPF law of 1998, allows them to make it every 3 years. So luckily, they could postpone it to this year. Otherwise, it would have been a scream, at least from PSA, but I think from everybody else. So even if it's a defined benefit fund, never forget that there's an actuarial factor in the formula. And that actuarial factor is dependent on how the performance of the fund, how much money they are making, and if the value of the assets increasing every year. Okay, now I should go to the next slide. I have kind of 5 slides more. Are you tired?
No, it's
We're
worse.
not. Okay. This is still interesting. If it's still not interesting, then you can just yawn. Okay? So I can see that you are sleeping. Okay. So this is the other view on the GPF. So the fully funded view, it looks at the theoretical possibility of the company disappearing. Okay, business is over. Only the pension funds we have lived here, and now we are paying out everything like that. Goodbye, we are paying everything. Okay? But the system that was in place before the neoliberal political revolution, I can say, or the political movement took charge over government policy like 30 years ago. It was very common, especially so in the country I come from, but even from other countries where you have reformist, socialist parties in power, coalition with communists. I mean, the ruling paradigm was that the state pension fund, it doesn't need to be fully funded because it just go like this every year. So you charge the members, people who are working, you charge them fees on their salaries, a payroll tax kind of, which is enough to pay for the pensioners next year, and then you charge them a little more. And in fact, where I come from, my other home country, so to speak, when this type of, it's called pay-go system, and really it means pay pensions as you go along. you just see to, okay, can I pay pension now the coming 2-3 years? Okay, I can, because I have these contributions every year, I have this investment income from the fund I have and so on. Yeah, I can go on. And then you have this completely other actuarial, it's called actuarial. It's completely other actuarial theory around it. So the audit of such a fund, which is going like this, would be different than an audit of a, is this fund now in good health or not? Or are you crashing? Do you have to increase the contributions from the employees, or do you have, And if you look at the government employee pension fund, and you see politically what the government and what they did at the negotiated settlement, then you will see how crazy it is. Because every year, the pension, I've gone back as far now to 2010, 11. Every year the fund is running with a surplus, which usually have been over 50 billion rand every year. That is why the government could say to the public sector employee unions in December, no, let's skip the contributions one year, and then you will have 7.5% higher wages because that is your contribution. So that would last year, not this year. Now you see here are the contributions now. These are the contributions both from the employer and from the employees. But I try to tell you that everything really is contributions from the workers, because it's taken away at the wage bargaining table. The part of that's the knock-on effects that they always speak about, and I know it myself because I've been in wage negotiation in the mining industry, and I remember during the platinum strike, these 1,000 rand increases and so on. It was agreed that some of it would not be pensionable because of the knock-on effect. Okay? So this is about formally about 20-25 billion of this is paid by the workers, and formally about 60 billion from the employer. But in practice, everything is paid by the worker. Here, the investment income here, about 2/3 of this investment income of 86 billion last year comes from interest on the money that the GPF have lended to mainly the South African government, but also to Eskom, Transnet, Sandal, Johannesburg Municipality, and another. I will show you a picture. About 32 billion last year came from so-called dividends. And dividends, I think many of you know, is the profit. If you are a shareholder in a company, then the company, every year there's an annual general meeting, which you know is not a democratic meeting. You vote according to how much you own of the company. And they decide if you have one share in the company, maybe you get 1 rand for each share, or 5 rand for each share, and so on. And sometimes you have a lot of shares, this will become a work-free income of 5-6 million, it can be, if you have 5-6 million. This is the dividends. Historically, the return, or because of the shareholding of the ETF always have been almost a double of what they own in government bonds. So now it's about like 900 to 1 trillion rand in different kind of stock market investments. Of about 200 billion in one single company, which is called Naspers. And they lost in 31st of March now last year, they lost 40 billion of their value. With the COVID thing. Naspers is an interesting company because they own why it's so profitable, because they are serving the Chinese Communist Party with surveillance of its own population through complicated IT applications and so on. So that's a big customer of this Naspers, which your pension money now is invested in this company. Anyway, then you have about 550 billion or something like that in different kind of bonds to different kind of interest. And bonds are regarded as a sure income because that is an agreement, especially if you have a bond to a government or a government company, because they are obliged, they have to pay this interest rate unless they go in state bust or something like that, which can happen, but it happens every 25, every 30 years. And these are regarded as risky investments. And that is because things like this can happen. It can suddenly drop with 200 million rand, which they did here. From 1812 in value 2019 to about 1600 billion in 2020, which is why they postponed the audit last year, because they didn't want to face the consequences that they have a fully funded system where the law says they must be 90% fully funded, because it would lead to consequences for the payment of pensions. Okay. What would have been those consequences? The 3.2 increase of the pension, which happened from 1st of April last year, would not have been taken place. The auditor would have suggested that they increase the contributions to the pension fund, etc. Yeah. So that is some of the things. The actuarial factor would have been decreased, meaning that the pension claims would have been decreased. All if the auditor would have followed the book. But of course, people are not completely crazy. So that is also why they postponed the audit and say that, the auditor is making his audit per 31st of March, but then he starts to work in June and you see that the stock prices are up again. Okay, I can't, so they have to make these recommendations, and they have done so before. But the government board, the board of the pension fund does not follow these advices because they are crazy advices, because the fully funded system applied to a state pension fund is crazy. And I will tap you that is on your arm, and everybody knows it's crazy. And that is, but it comes in very handy for the finance industry because it really pumps in a lot of money into the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. It's 30-35 billion every year that the GTF kind of has to buy because of its investment policy to place most of its money into shares, into corporate bonds, because they are regarded as giving more money. This giving of more money is divided into two ways when it comes to shares. One is the increase in market value, which is regarded as an income. The other is the dividends paid, which really Imali ingena, really money coming in. The other value is what Karl Marx would call fictitious, which only comes to you if you sell your shares. Then, so it's like if you have a car. So if you have a car and you have the intention to sell it, not to keep it until it dies, so to speak, then every year you would be kind of stressed and say, oh, how much money have I lost this year now? Now the value of the car has shrunk from 150 to 120,000 rand. Oh, I lost 30,000 rand this year. But in reality, you lost nothing if you don't have any intention to sell it. You see? The same is if it would be that the price would increase, like you have a watch, you have a precious watch from your grandfather, which you don't want to part with, but it is gold in the watch, and you can see the gold price is increasing. Now I have earned so much this year, but you have no intention to sell it. Okay, so you have earned nothing. Okay, it's only a little. Anyway, this is really cash flows now. Okay, do you understand what I'm saying? You are following. So this is really so when you sort of do it as a pay as you go along the pension, then you have a cash flow view. Which country is following that? I don't know if any country is following this now because of the neoliberal hegemony. Sweden followed this policy when I was young and so on, and because of their contribution can be set to a higher rate than what you can tell these people you are saving to your pensions, and then you kind of like you shouldn't do it, you shouldn't lie to people, but then some of it goes to a fund to build new houses in Sweden in the 1960s when the Social Democratic Workers' Party had hegemony in society, and they installed and they built 1 million worker class apartments in the country. For the surpluses, it was not needed to secure this flow of money to the pensioners. And everybody was of course happy because this became a part of the social wage of society, isn't it? So you can also in a pay-go system, and usually it has been done by kind of socialist or left progressive government, you usually overfund it also because you want to save a little buffet here in the system, which you usually use to buy treasury bonds, state bonds, and you regulate the level. You are not greedy. You say, okay, we want the interest rate of 4% because that is enough for us to kind of make the system go around, and then government say, okay, no, it's fine. Basically, the government is speaking to itself because the government also owns the pension fund. But say, no, fine, that's fine because then we don't have to go to the financial market and borrow this money. Because if we do, then we have to pay 5, 6, 7, 8, 9% on these loans. We borrow it from you instead. It's like when I lend money. If we are in the same family, or maybe if we become friends. Then if I lend you 100 rand, I wouldn't demand the interest rate of 5% or 10%. It would be ridiculous, isn't it? Because lending and borrowing and credit and so on is a social relation. It's only the capitalist system which kind of like depersonalize this and make it into an investment. So the government is investing in your difficulties. Okay. So I could invest in your difficulties. But if I'm your friend, you would punch me on the nose if I come and say, I want the interest of 5 rand or 10 rand. It would be silly, ridiculous. Okay? And the same rule should apply between different state entities because they are the same political party, same political majority, and they are basically members of the family. So why should you sort of charge margin interest? So I've already spoken about this. The actual cash flow money coming into the fund every year, that is what they pay as you go along, pay the pension system, speaking the pay-go system. The change in market values of the financial assets that you have, that is the fully funded view. But even there, with the fully funded view, you should, 30 years ago, it was not even allowed for the pension funds to buy shares on the stock market because it was regarded too risky. Okay. This is now here. Here you have the fair value of the shares that own in 2019. 763 billion. Primary. Here you have the value. You can see the loss in value here from 763 to 557. So it's a loss of 220 billion rand. Did you know this? You didn't know this, did you? Here, when it comes to secondary listing, it's a slight increase. Secondary listing, I'm not really sure what it means on Johannesburg, but the primary listing is the most traded companies, kind of like the blue chip, MTN, Naspers, you know, this, the big beer company, what is it called? SIB, the beer company, you know. And these are more smaller companies. These unlisted equities, these are equities or shares which are not traded. Okay? So here comes in the kind of BEE policy or projects that the government wants to support. These projects that have been corrupted when the PIC did it and so on. You know, so this is the unlisted project. Then this is how it looks when you divide it. So you see here. The GEPF is owning 70% of the shares in Naspers, and the value of these shares fell with about 40 billion, well, more than 40 billion, from 2019 to 2020, because of the shock from the COVID. And it works like this on the stock market, as many of you know, or might have read about. Like, if I believe that the other traders believe, that I believe, that they believe, that the price would fall, then I will sell, and then the price will fall. And that is what's happening in such a situation. Okay? I will not go. Here's the lending to the government. So when they speak about, oh, don't dip into the GPF and sort of you are trashing, you are raiding the GPF and so on, they don't tell us that the government, of the total of about 560 billion rand in bonds, which is interest-bearing loans, about 370, like 60-65% of that is lending to the South African government at the market interest rate. And you can see also from 2019, you can see that the amount has gone up a bit. But you can see for Eskom, which I believe, in my view, this is a scandal. This is a scandal. But the GEPF has reduced its borrowing, its lending to Eskom from 84.5 billion rand to 73. Then there's also bills, so the total becomes 79. So there's not an error in my presentation. But this is regular bonds, and then you have a short term, something that is called bills, which is loans over 1 year loan. These are longer loans. Here you have the credit rating, which most of you have heard about. So Eskom has a bad credit rating, this is B. The best credit rating is AAA. And then it goes different kind of, you know. So if you have B, then you are paying high interest rates, which is the argument for why, in order to solve Eskom's debt crisis, of course, in my view, the state pension fund, either they should increase their lending to the government a lot, and then the treasury can support, but at the lower rate, because it's already running with a surplus, or it could increase the lending to Eskom in order to stave off the discussion about privatizing Eskom. Okay? Well, so then here, this is all this is for you to study in the annual report of the government pension fund. So here you can see the income from interests from loans, interest, 52.2 billion, incomes from shareholding, 34 billion. You can see the relation. Still, the investment in shares are kind of like 1/3 more, or like 40% more. So historically, the return on the GPF return on holding bonds, which is secure loans, has been about 7.2 or something like that of the amount of loans that they have given. But when it comes to dividends, because here the companies always think about that the share price will increase. So the dividends, when it comes to cash flow, Imali Ingena into the GPF, it's kind of like 3%, 3.1, 3.2%, which is why, from a pay-as-you-go perspective, it would be much better for the pensions and for the financial health of the GPF to invest in treasury bonds than to invest in the stock market. But from the perspective of the fully funded system, now bonds, they don't fluctuate so much in value. They are just going up and down like that. No, we have to have it in shares because they go up and up and up. And Johannesburg is the most, it's regarded as the most overvalued stock market in the world. So it's kind of regarded as, by many, as having a big bubble, which must come down at some point. I'm soon finished now. I think I can be finished now. So what we are suggesting is kind of regulated lending from the government employee pension fund to the state in order to fend off the austerity policy and the debt crisis of Eskom, and sort of to break the wage freeze of the public sector workers and to fill the vacancies. So the GPF, because of the low return from stock market investment of only like 3% on what you have in shares, if the GPF would give regulated lending to the same amount to the government at 4%, then the GPF would be even more healthier than having it in shares. And it wouldn't stand the risk of the shares fluctuating like this.
I'm chairing the session.
So that's but when you say this, then the DA and unfortunately also PSA and FEDUSA, they ask, no, but I mean you could also, if you, to make them shut up, in order to make them shut up, you can ask them, why can't we increase the benefits paid to 150 billion here instead of, why do we need to build this fund like this? Why can't you increase the pensions with 50%? I would be against this because it would be a very antisocial thing to suggest. You should rather use such surpluses in order to fend off the austerity policy and the debt crisis. But I tell you, one reason why the deputy DG is so angry when you are suggesting this is because Tito Mboweni and these guys, they kind of need this debt crisis in order to pursue their basic policy, which is to reduce, one of the main things is to reduce the public sector as a share of the economy. So you need to have this enemy of the big debt. You can't solve it like this. I mean, and one reason why you can't solve it like this also is that if you would have a government taking this step, there will be an immediate reaction from the finance industry. The government has gone mad. Sell off your shares, blah, blah, blah. And then you have to go in to control the capital movements of the country, and you will have, it will be a very nice, interesting situation. Because to do like this, as we propose it, it's a classical, what can I say? It was completely reasonable 30 years ago, 40 years. It's not rocket science, it's completely reasonable. But now it's kind of like the most communist policy you ever can imagine, kind of like. So the whole goalpost has been shifting politically over 3 decades. But this is basically what we have been pushing. And I saw now also in Cosato's document that there is something there in a long document. I think it's around, Dominic printed out page 129 or something in this document. You will see that Cosato mentioned this solution for the GPS. But I don't feel that they are pushing it. Okay, thank you.
I think you're stimulus. Let's take, how many rounds should we take?
It's 7 minutes past 5, so it's up to you.
Okay.
You wanted to have another discussion also after this, isn't it? The political
No,
discussion.
sorry, we have cancelled that. Because
okay.
what you have brought now is also very interesting. I want to spend the next 20 minutes chess engaging you.
Oh,
Chairman,
You didn't inform me
you'll
that.
be the first. First thing else, Comrade Matonzi, second. What do you think?
Ubabona njani ugqoke phansi?
Cala ngibabonile Sibaba.
Yeah, usibaba omkhulu nje lapha akekho.
In the other hand. Okay. We'll take the second round in that fashion or in that sequence.
Okay, now let's see what comes with the solution. No, but I think I understand. Only one, maybe just clarity that I want. The clarity of the 7.5 is roughly 18%. The employee and the employee.
Ah.
I just want to check if that is a normal rate to all other employees other than the government employees who fall under GEPF only, or any other employee of Shoprite and Coca-Cola must contribute 7% and employer 18%. That's the question. Maybe two will be, is it a law or a favor that the employer must contribute? Thank you.
Okay. Matonzi.
Oh, thanks. Chair. I do hear most cases when we are talking now. You kind of say that when you're talking collective bargaining, you kind of say we are not in those structures. We don't sit. We are not allowed, that's fine. But in your view, do we necessarily need to sit in bargaining for us to influence debates or content in bargaining? I know that Salif is going to be discussing tomorrow, perhaps in this conclusion, how he's going to approach issues moving forward. But it deserves the time it deserves to say that if we are not in bargaining, really there's kind of thinking that we are not a force to reckon with. But number two, perhaps we can debate that tomorrow, but in your view, as a parting shot, do we really have to in order? But two, are you agitating, because they understand, are you finally agitating for a shift to a pay-as-you-go system, a shift from a fully funded
yeah,
to a
maybe in
pay-as-you-go
steps. But that's
system as an ultimate goal? Because I remember that we had, when we were still young, we debated that in our, I think in 1990, 2008. I don't know where that debate actually ended. That's all I knows. And you are saying, within the fully funded system currently, there are some technical maneuvers that can be done for government to respond to the cry for wage increase. And I wanted to delve a little bit on that. Those technical maneuvers, we're talking about that 103, etc., etc., etc. Thank you.
Nandiamo.
Thank you, Comrade David. I'm sitting here with keen interest, especially when it comes to GEP. And I've got this question that are bothering me, that maybe you can provide solution, or maybe you can give us, we can be able to guide some of us. This thing of this investment pension, I've got a problem. Because my problem is
the owners of the money are not involved in deciding who should and where should we invest our money. The reason is very simple. You take something that happened recently. PIC invested a lot of money and it's staying off. And they had to write it off, billions and billions of francs. They had to write it off, which was a bad investment. I can hear even again there's an encouragement that you must invest in ESCOM. While with me, ESCOM is a bad business model. It's continuously chowing our money, but we want to pay some of the SOEs. We know what is the problem there. Now, why should we continue? Because what I'm trying to say is that whose interest are we investing? Because at the end of the day, the other day I was checking my pension. When I checked my pension, the figure that I was given of my contribution, I can realize that if I have to go tomorrow, I'm going to get the change from that amount of money. But my money is being invested because my belief is that as a layman, let me say as a layman, if you take 10 rands, like example, let me take Capitec. If you put 10,000 rand in Capitec, in 12 months you'll receive 10% of that, which is it has generated income. So with this huge investment that they are putting there, whose interest actually, who's benefiting? Because those who are leaving the system, they don't benefit actually. Because if they are investing, if let's say I've been in the system for 20 years, and they invest for 20 years, it means when I walk out, I'm going to get a lot of money because it has generated for me, because I'm saving. So here, yes, they are investing, but for who? Lastly, I've got a problem with our government. We have listed the companies there. Guaranteed. 90% of the comrades are shareholders in those companies that we have listed. Salam, we call the Trevor Manuels, all this nonsense of these people, they are there. And now this money is taken from us. We say no, we are investing it through stock exchange to these people with bad decisions. So my question to you, how will you advise us as workers so that we can reclaim what belongs to us? Because with those companies, with those companies, there's nothing that is happening to us. We are just putting in a serious hole where at the end of the day, because sometimes we want to encourage ourselves and say, no, you don't have it. Our government, when they say now they don't have money, we'll continue to put our pension. They say we don't have money. Later, from now, 5 years from now, we might find ourselves, most of us, when we leave the system, there's no money to pay us. So what is it that we must do? That is my question for you.
Thanks. But
Which one? I think Comrade Benjamin has covered some of the questions that I was going to ask. I think the thing I like, he's a treasurer and the secretary. He holds the card. So we're going to talk this afternoon. But the question...
Order.
But for me, I'm not going to repeat what Comrade said because I think I'm covered. But what laws govern GPF? What are the laws that govern GPF? And who can change those laws? Is it Parliament? Is it us as workers? Because we've been knocking to the GPF, knocking to say, at least the money, the people can be given access to buy housing, for example. You know, at least percentage of workers can buy houses. But some of the questions have been covered. But what laws that really govern GPF?
I don't want to risk being disciplined by this organization. President.
Thank you, Chair. Dick, I think the provincial secretary read my mind also. Mine is on the difference between our pension as government employees and the municipalities. You see, when they go and pension us, my brother was working for Home Affairs more years than the second brother who comes after him. But the money that my second brother received was more than the money that my first brother received from Home Affairs. So I'm trying to check what's the difference. And what Comrade Bati is raising is that the municipalities, they are able to get their fund, they are able to borrow from their pension fund, and they are given. Some of them, they renovate their houses from that money. But we, I don't know what is the difference. They pay a lot of pension. When they go for pension, our pension differs. We might have the same yes, or I might have more, but rest assured, the one who comes after me will get a large sum of pension. What is the difference and why is it like that? Thank you.
The last question, committee, would be, do public service employees also contribute to the UIF? We'll take the second round, committee. No, the questions now are being developed. Will come. Can you respond?
Yeah, to the last question, I think the same rule applies there. But many of you must know, because you have been in public sector employment, you are. So that you pay, there the same rule applies. 1% is paid by the employer, 1% is paid by the employees. But in practice, if you look at any textbook on the matter, you will see that there's 2% that is paid by the worker, even if it's formally divided so that the employee formally pays 1%. And the reason is that the other 1 percentage point is paid at the wage bargaining table. And this theoretically, this is called the incidence of a payroll tax. That is what this concept is. Who is really paying? The incidence of a tax is who really is paying a tax. So the incidence of a tax on, let's say we have a tax on public taxi, on quantum taxis, okay? Then it might be that the owner of the taxi pay this tax by increasing the fares for those who are riding with it. So the incidence of that tax would be on the travelers, on the public, and not on the employee. And the same goes with the UIF thing and so on. The incidence of such a payroll tax is I don't know why I walked forward here. I don't need to walk forward. I was about to write something. So that's about that. When it comes to other contributions, I think the contributions to the GFF is very high, historically very high, and I know from the mining sector that the employer contributions maybe can be 12% of the wage bill, or the pensionable wage bill, and the worker contribution can be 6 or 7%. And in these contexts, 1 percentage point up or down plays a huge amount of it's very important. Okay, so that's that. When it comes to ESCOM, it's a very interesting question with ESCOM. How can we can agree that if ESCOM goes completely bankrupt sort of next week, then we can't sit here and have this conference. So in some way, you have to kind of like fix the problem. You have to fix the problem. Okay, so how can you fix the problem? What they are suggesting, and this also speaks to that they know that the GFF is completely bloated. They know it's overfunded. And that is why the Treasury last year, if some of you remember, the Treasury suggested, or they played that it was the PIC that suggested it to the Treasury. But of course it was the Treasury who suggested it. That the GFF should change their like 80 billion rand claim, interest-bearing claim on ESCOM, to instead to be shares in ESCOM. And as you know, shares doesn't pay any guaranteed income. It depended on the annual meeting of the share of the corporation, if they will pay any dividends or not. And we know because of the bankrupt situation of ESCOM, of course they will not pay any dividends or any shares there for the coming 10, 15, 20 years because they have this huge debt. It would be silly. Okay. So basically what the Treasury said, or the PIC formally, but it was only a spin in my opinion, they were telling ESCOM, to the GPF, instead of getting about 9% income on their investments, which at that time was about 85 billion, but let's say it's about 80 billion rand. So getting about, they were telling the GPF that you will lose now 7 billion rand in cash income every year, because now you will have shares in ESCOM instead of an interest-bearing loan. And they could do that because they also published this in the started to publish a similar table as I have done here in the budget review. You find it on page 100 or 101 in the last budget review. But they never published this final column about the surplus every year. But they published something like that. So this also speaks to that you can loot the. Why does the Treasury speaks about looting and why would the DA not object to this? No, because now it's in the name of privatization. So now if you have shares, if the claims on ESCOM is changed from being loans to being shares, shares is something that can be bought and sold. So it is something that is kind of make it easier for the privatization of ESCOM. Okay. Now, so I have full understanding of it. It's really kind of make you sick when you think about bailing out ESCOM, because we know also that the looting continues. Despite the articles in the newspapers, still you have these contracts and blah, 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 etc. But you think about the alternative. If you privatize ESCOM, I think private is much less corrupt and so on. Well, I don't believe that, because, but then, nobody has suggested that that ESCOM shouldn't pay off their debt. Okay? No, ESCOM, we will not. I mean, ESCOM could easily, GPF could really take a decision and say that, no, we have this 79 billion rand claim on you, but in the name of not privatizing ESCOM and of saving it from bankrupt, you can pay it back 50 years from now. We don't care, because we have so much money anyway every year to pay the pensions and the benefits, so we can do it. I mean, it would be of course, it would be a political outcry, but technically, if you look at the numbers, it's completely possible. It's just a political choice. Right? But now, if you privatize it, they speak about the so-called special purpose vehicle. So this is a special juridical company, which the only thing this company does is to pay back the ESCOM's debt. So it takes over kind of like this so-called 200 billion rand in unsustainable debt, and then you put this as a liability of this company, and then of course you have to continue now to pay interest rate on this, which is presently about 9-10% interest. So you pay kind of like what can it be, like 19, 18, 20 billion rand to the creditors. And where do you get the income then to pay this money? You get it from the treasury, from the budget. You get it from the schools, the education sector, from the vacancies that you don't fill in public health hospitals. In order to satisfy the finance industry, and even crazily enough, to satisfy the bloating of the GPF, because of this money that you are paying back to the GPF, you also have a claim on ESCOM, and maybe also the claim of the GPF on ESCOM also will be in this SPV. So, sort of more than half of this money is also reinvested in the stock market to keep up the share prices on MTN and all the Sanlam and whatever, and benefit people like Tokyo Senkale or whatever. Because what will happen? So the political problem, and this is also why you need the support. You can't kind of, all this is kind of like what we are discussing now without any political backing. And you have to talk to people. There must be some sort of reasonable people also in other, even if they are conservative unions, they must see what is the situation for the members at the hospitals, at the police stations, at the whatever, at the classrooms. So, where were I going now? So so yeah, I don't remember now. So you have to, but if the ESCOM issue becomes too sensitive, because people go, you can't pay anything to ESCOM, and people forget that you are already paying ESCOM through the budget, and you are already lending money to ESCOM from GPF. Should you withdraw this money? Should you demand? No, you are so bankrupt and you are behaving so badly now. So now we demand that ESCOM pays back this immediately, and then ESCOM goes bankrupt and the electricity goes away. Okay. So yeah. So the issue of paying off ESCOM's debt, the only way of doing it in a controlled manner is to say that this is a debt. The part of the debt which is within the family should be paid as if it is within the family. And then you have a black sheep, a drunkard in the family. But unfortunately, this drunkard is the one who is keeping the lights going. So you have to sober him up. You have to, every morning you have to kind of put him in the shower and sort of, okay, can you walk out now and do your job? Come home in the morning again, in the evening, not like that. So but because we don't want to have a private, if you have a private electricity company, then you have prepaid electricity across the board, and you have a profit maximizing company. Okay, so that is why you have a public utility. Some things like water, if you have some drop of socialism in your blood, then you don't want to have electricity, water, housing, sanitation, cleaning of the water. You don't want this as private business. It's crazy. Okay. Then, when it comes to shifting the PAYGO system from a fully funded system to a PAYGO system, so what I think what you would do, because I'm kind of this type of, I don't think you can do it as a kind of revolutionary break like this, which is more in the tradition of the South African labor movement. I think you would pose it in order to ally with people. You would say that this 90% fully funded thing, thinking about this is crazy. You would point to the U.S. state pension system. There's a very short article published about it, published some years ago, and where the credit rating companies, because they are the ones who set this B over the ESCOM's debt, where they say that no, 60% for a public pension system, 60% fully funded is kind of enough, and 80% is in fact accepted for corporations in the United States, fully funded. And it's all about sort of how expensive do you want the filling of the GPF to be, kind of. So you would kind of like you would go down to you would say that it's the parliament who changed the government employee pension fund law. It's a parliament issue. It's a matter of parliament and majority. Okay, and you change the rules, or you can. I mean, when it comes to in the rules, it's also that you must strive to have a 90% fully funded. Then the board has put this goal of 100% fully funded. And that is also one reason why you have this 7%, this 13.5 to 16, why you have such high contributions. It's because you are trying to keep it. And then they have put all kind of extra funds also. They have, when they reach the fully funded 100%, then they started to add different kind of funds. It takes too long to go into this. But you would do it. You would say that you would go over to a kind of hybrid between a fully funded and a PAYGO. Yeah. And you would tell them you already view this as a hybrid. So why are you otherwise telling us that you should not contribute to that? We should save the wage freeze by skipping the contributions from employees for 1 year. Why are you saying this if you still believe in a fully funded system? Or why is the Treasury saying that the GPF can forfeit 7 billion rand in interest income from ESCOM every year if you still believe that the fully funded system is the right thing? You are in practice you're looking at this table, you know that this table exists, and you know that you are sort of bloating the EPF, and we don't need that. We need to use it for other things. When it comes to the wage bargaining thing, so should one sit in the wage bargaining? I think it's important for any union. So how can you grow without represent to show that you can represent the members? For me, it's maybe because I'm ignorant, but to me it's a bit a strange question. Because you would.
The problem is that we are not sitting there yet.
Yeah.
But I get a sense that it says that we can't influence what is happening in that party. Just because we don't sit there yet.
No, the only thing you can influence it now is if you maybe political campaigns or political intervention. One interesting thing, I just want to mention this, and also it would be so. I think the IDC would have kind of one day and speaking about other political economy issues, because one might want, when they speak about, I just want to mention this now, this is outside the thing, but when they speak about how you have wage increases above inflation, these are way above inflation. So is there any kind of scientific way how trade unions have treated this issue, inflation or way above inflation? There is. So first one must note that if the wage increases would be in the rate of inflation every year, then the living standard and the way of living of the workers would never improve. Because inflation, inflation would always take away, it would be this, the enormous amount of goods and services, the economy of the country would grow like this. But the salary and the benefits of the workers would be the same every year, because they only get wage increases in line with price increases. So you have to have a wage increase above inflation if you shall take your share of the growing produce in the country. And then the next question has been kind of like, so what should it then be above inflation? Well, we know, for example, when it comes to the wage development on the public sector, I think one argument that is not the public sector wages that's been growing too fast, it's the private sector wages that has been growing too slowly. Profits are too high in the private sector and wages are too low. And that is also why unemployment is high, because there's no domestic market. There's no worker who can save money, or many workers, most workers can't save money from their sort of salary to buy a bicycle for 2,000-3,000 rand. Consequently, there's no bicycle factory in the country, as I know. If you're middle class, you import a bicycle from China. So what if you had kind of like moderately reformist, kind of like socialist union? So what they applied in Scandinavian countries was kind of like what they call the golden rule of wage bargaining, which was inflation plus labor productivity, sort of output per worker in the economy. Labor productivity, how much the growth in value produced per worker, in real value produced per worker, or if it's these bottles, if I produce 100 of these bottles in this year, and next year I produce 110 bottles of this, then my labor productivity has grown by 10%. And if that would be the case in the whole economy, then the wage demand would be 10% plus inflation. And that would keep the relation between capitalists and the workers the same in the economy. So it's a typical kind of like reformist position when it comes to wage demand. Labor productivity on the average in the whole economy plus inflation. It keeps the balances of force between labor and capital constant in the economy. So that is kind of like the method applied by chief negotiators in the Scandinavian countries. But if you have a situation like in South Africa, where the profit share of the value that is created in the private companies is so large, so it's 55, 60, 70% of the value created goes to the control of the capitalists, and only 30% of the new value every year goes to the workers. Well, then you would argue for a wage increase which is above labor productivity growth every year, because then you would increase the labor share of value. So that is kind of, so it's about above inflation. It becomes kind of like a stupid slogan. Of course, wage demands are above inflation if we don't want to. And with the wage freeze now, the real value of the public sector workers there was a wage freeze last year, and then it's 3 years more. Yeah, the amount of goods and services, if the wages are completely the same, by the name, really the same, yeah, it would be a wage decrease, a real wage decrease of like 50%, 40-50. That is what it was. And that is also, it's almost like in the quote that Dominic put up here, when he quoted from the budget review about teachers, it's almost like they say it. It will be worse conditions, it will be lower real wages, and it will drive teachers out from the public sector. And in that way, we will increase the employment in the public sector.
The municipal and
yeah, the answer to that question, I don't know. In fact, I don't know what pension system they are using in the municipal. I don't know. There is it's an issue to study. I don't know. I don't know. Dominic, do you know what pension funds they are using?
You can find out quite easily though.
Yeah,
We can ask some of the.
One other thing I don't know, comrade, is I never found out, it's never been published, on the average, how large of the final wage, when you are 60 years and you go to pension, and you are a pensioner at the GPF, on the average, how much do you get 80% of your salary, or 65%, or 70% of your final wage as a pension? I can't see it published anywhere. So if you could find this out, we would be very happy. But I don't know about the municipalities.
the second part of that question was, is there a difference between the government pension fund and the municipal pension?
Well, there must be. She's pointing to a difference.
Actually, there are two. We are one government, but it's divided into two. With the municipalities, they've got their own bargaining council.
Yeah.
They negotiate directly with municipalities through SALGA.
Yeah.
So with us, we fall under the scope of PSCBC.
Yeah.
So we negotiate and we contribute for
Yeah.
So I think based on the negotiations, the way municipality unions are doing it on their own bargaining councils, they negotiate far better than us. They even got their money last year. This year increment.
I saw that they also now proposed like 3.5, 3.1%, and like that.
But now the question we should be asking ourselves as workers, why we are all government employees but having two systems? I think that is the question that we should be asking ourselves.
And the whole thing about the 1.9 billion rand in the GPF is also poses the question of putting, if you really should be radical, you were asking about going to a pay-go system. Today you have kind of like, how many is it? You get less than 2,000 rand. I think it's about 4 million pensioners who are not in the GPF system, who are just old age people, many in rural areas or whatever, disabled, war veterans and so on. They have a pension now of about 2,000 rand per month, which of course is kind of like, then you have to have a land where you can grow your own food, and this is an impossible thing, and usually they have to pay for their spouses and so on. And you should, if you have such a pension fund, such a gigantic, Africa's biggest fund ever, you should introduce, I think, a pension system which is not only for state employees and for local government employees, but is also for other pensioners. You have this opportunity if you would have a progressive government.
Another question was is it a law, or does this come out of the goodness of the employer to pay? It is a law. I think in the law, you easily find the law. It's called Government Employee Pension Law, I think of 1998. 1996, is it 1996? Okay. There you will see the conditions for what you have. I'm sure it says that the employer should pay and the employee should pay. I have argued and say that this is only a formal division, okay, or political, ideological division. And then it says that you should keep the fund going at the 90% minimum funding level. And after that, the external auditor that is coming minimum every 3 years, he will tell you
what the contribution rate must be. And he will tell you, for example, to increase the contribution rate. And I said before that if this audit would have been last year in March, they would have been compelled kind of by the law to say you have to increase the contribution rates because your fully funding is completely destroyed. Formally they would have put it on print, and then the board would have ignored it probably because they would have understood that there will be a big shout if they, like that. So, but it is on the web. It's not such a long document. You can find it. I think it's searchable also. You can see that.
Thanks. Let's take the second round. I saw the hand at the back there. Comrade Tim.
I'm going to add a folder.
Tim, you'll be the first.
I'm going to make a Google Drive folder
Comrade,
and I can add it to the Google Drive.
Yeah, I can do it. Yeah.
You want to come back? Is your hand up, SG? Or it's not up? Wow. We've got only 2 questions. We've got 5 minutes to deal with that. Going down. 3, 2, 1, close. Comrade Timothy, I'm chairing the session.
Thank you. Sorry, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Dick, I listened to your presentation, and I heard all the comrades what they were raising in the form of questions. Following up on the question raised by the TG, very much important there. Because what you raised, the investment, the 7.5 and the 13% that they're taking, they're putting on an investment. Who's going to get that money? If we can get that answer, then we'll have a way forward. That's what I'm going to do. Because at the end, when you go out of the system, you'll be given the 13% and the 7.5. Then the other one we don't know where it goes. And the second one is the one that raised by the president here as well, where she said municipality, for an example, they are given chance to borrow that money that they are saving. Why is not the case with us? If we can get that answer, maybe we can be fine. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Comrade Siko?
Thank you, Chair. Actually, this comrade tapped into my question because I saw there is an amendment bill of the pension fund, section 75, where that section will allow employees to loan their pension fund a certain percentage. I think it's less than 75% of their pension fund. Now, what impact would that really make in the livelihood of the employees who have invested their money in a form of pension to the very same investment institution? If that can become a law, The last thing that I wanted to chip in, Chair, through you, Chair, the difference that is between the GEPF and the local government. Local government is having almost 4 institutions that are administrating the funds, the pension funds of the employees. That is the difference. And those 4 institutions, they are investing differently and they are yielding differently compared to GEPF. Hence, you'll find there's a variance in terms of the pensions that are coming out. There is SALA, one of the administration. There is SAMU Project Fund. There are others and others, there are more than one.
as compared to the other government. Thank you.
No, I saw your hand. Comrade Dominic, I saw your hand.
Sorry, it's just a notice,
Oh,
a quick one. It's to say, comrade, that you don't have to search for the GPS Word document. I'm going to put all the resources that in the pack, the presentations, and Comrade Stofile has done us a great favor of recording the session. So a YouTube link as well on a Google Drive, and I'll share it in the WhatsApp group. So comrades can basically access all the materials, the presentations, and the recordings freely and easily accessible. So I'll share that soon.
okay.
That's all I want to say.
Okay, thanks. Can you respond?
Yeah, the issue of I've read that motion also from it was a private membership bill that you should be able to borrow from your pension and pay it back and so on. I'm kind of like, I'm inclined, I would, if you think that if you are a manager, if you think, comrade, that you will be a manager of the GPF now, and then you allow for members to do this, and then suddenly you have like 15, 20,000, there's kind of like now 425,000 active members. And then you get kind of like a lot of people taking such a loan. Then there's the interest of this loan, of course. And you have a policy of maximizing your profits, isn't it? But maybe you would be a little more kind in this sort of instance there. You give them a prime interest rate loan like 5-6%. Then some of your members will not pay back this loan. Either they will die and they will not pay back. So then you write off the loan, or they will simply don't pay back the loan because they don't have the money to pay back the loan. And then you sit there with kind of like it's like the municipality is not paying the ESCOM for the electricity. They are charging the public, but they are not paying ESCOM what they are charging the public for electricity. And have a debt to ESCOM of 80 billion rand or something. So you just give yourself another problem. If you would have such a system, and it's kind of like if there is a system now, I'm not exactly clear over the rules, but you can take out kind of like I believe 1/3 of it you just take out your claim, and you are not indebted. This is your right. You have a claim as a member of the GPF, and you can take it out. But you take it out when you retire, or rather, the rule is that maybe they've changed it now. But when they changed it, and they did it around here, you can see that the surpluses are kind of going down here from 54.6 to 48, 39, and so on. And this is when the board realized that the GFS was completely bloated. So they liberalized the rules of how people could withdraw their money. And one thing that happened was that many people they had the right to withdraw a hell of a lot of money if they, for all of their money, all their claims, if they just didn't wait until retirement. So you can wait until one day before you retire, and then you retrench yourself, you quit, and you have the right to get all your money. And then the private pension industry, finance industry, they intervene politically with marketing in this situation. And they say, no, invest the money, we have a much higher interest. And that is what happened around this year, 2013-14. So I'm kind of like, you see the problem. Would you like to manage a GPF where people could borrow the money, and then you have to chase your members for paying back these loans? And I'm not sure. It's better, I think, to tax the rich and the bourgeoisie and the corporations properly, and then when people are really coming in trouble, then you give them a grant, and you know, it's about borrowing money and so getting indebted to your own pension fund. It seems to be a little. Then you should liberalize. If you are really in trouble, if you can show that you are not blah blah blah, then you can get out 10% of your pension claims from the GPF right away, one time before you retire. It would be such a rule, but not as a loan. You have the administration of this shit. 37,256 members have done this, and then you have to employ 10 people to chase them. No, better to just change the rule if you really go that.
I happen to know, like, Sala will masquerade as if the local government employees were loaning their own pension fund. But in reality, there is no such. You can't loan your own pension fund. But your pension fund was set there as a surety of your loan from the bank. Or they were doing it through First National Bank. Now you are making that formal application to First National Bank of a loan. When it's approved, then your pension fund will serve as a surety. But in reality, there is no such a thing that you loan your own pension fund. Then there is no need of a pension fund if you loan. Obviously, 55 or more than 55% won't return that pension fund due to whatever this.
It goes against my intuition also. If you have firstly, you shouldn't be able to loan more, to borrow more than you have on claims from your pension fund. That would be quite silly, isn't it? Secondly, if it's not more than you have in claim on the pension fund, why should you pay interest to the pension fund if it's your money? And it's better, but you don't want to ruin for everybody else, so you don't want to have a run on the pension fund. And that is why in every country, also for progressive government, there's also always a limit for what individual members can do with their pension. They have to wait until they retire. They can only take out so and so much as a lump sum when they retire, but they have to, and the reason is that you want people to have a pension so that otherwise, and because you can't stand the sight of people starving to death or something like that, so you know that if they are not careful with the pension, if they squander it all, then still you have to go in there with social grant or something like that, and you don't want to do that. So that's why you kind of discipline the average member and say, no, you can only do this, and then you have to use it over time and until you are dead, basically.
No, Comrade Jam.
No, Chair, I was going to suggest that we better close this session now today with a note that will be saying, let us go and do a research on this man. I think it's bothering me that there is a GPF, some Provident Fund, I know there's Sakau Provident Fund. I like a challenge. When we meet, maybe leadership, chairperson and secretary, and president, we will organize another session whereby we will deliberate on it with facts, because now we are using the general knowledge. We are grasping there and there. So my humbly proposal is that can we close for today? Then when we meet, we will revisit this man. We will all taking the challenge. I am taking the challenge to do a research on this man. Thank you.
Yeah, but you can't instruct us to close.
I propose it, I don't instruct.
Yeah, I think your proposal is taken, and OGS MNST will. Thanks very much for the opportunity of giving me to chair the session. Now
Thanks, Comrade. I was not aware that you are able to share the session like you have done. I think you have the capacity and capabilities of sharing with international meetings. I was not aware that you have learned a lot on what it is doing. Taking notes. Thanks for that. Thanks a lot for this. But I think one thing I think you probably continue to emphasize, and I guess that in almost all these raising, whether it's of all these provident funds and pension funds, especially those which are in the state, one of the questions, if you can realize relatively the unit of the public sector union, would then be able to push a more bigger GPF. Because I think one of the questions is actually to push that you don't have a separate, because local government is part of the state.
We have to push the integration of all those workers of the state. And if we do that, we are able to push using our muscle politically to determine all the issues raised by Kurumdik that we have to change, can be changed when we have a muscle and we are united. I think there's a lot to be done in the sense that if you listen now, it looks like some of you were not aware that there's a law of the GPF. It means you need to workshop on that law. I remember it was workshop before, most of it, because we're still taking serious education. And I think it's important to do that. Those who have participated in GPF, I was once a trustee of the GPF on the Republic of Southern. So those laws are there. I think because it's important for you to always know what is it that you can get on your pension every year, and that information is available. Comrades, on that note, thank you for your participation today. I think we might just have forgotten to, amongst ourselves, we've got Ayandangalo. Ayandangalo is not a union member, he's a union member, but he's a partner with the union. He's in the corporate arm. We Osman he work institute establishing it as a project. I manage and those dealing with all our membership benefits. Though was small, but he's always part of us. Though he's not getting any cent from us, but he's following to understand what is it that we're doing and what is that we might need on the process. Thanks, Comrade Diana. You can just stand up. I'm raising that so that for time, if you want to invite him in your provinces, that would be good. If you have informed on time, just to talk about all those questions. The other person I think is important to acknowledge is Comrade Esethu Dr. Stofile. Akayifuni nemthombo kodwa ngiyithetha because ufuna nani nize nifane nathi because nasesokutshana. So those who want to join us so that you don't call Comrade, you are told Comrade Doctor. Because we must comrade. In knowledge is very important to liberate. We must be more than all those our contenders on the base of knowledge to the highest level. So Comrade Esethu is in the DBE in the Western Cape. Is dealing with e-learning and coding. That's what he's dealing with. Actually, I think in the country, he's the only person who knows the coding, who has implemented most of the schools. What now seems to be the project of the president has a lot of money. It's him who's there, who knows that. There's no one in the provinces currently within the DP who knows that. But now is our friend Esethu. We are using him as a third person. We don't want to expose him on many things. He's assisting us. We see him actually ensure that we're online. This meeting has been everywhere in the country currently. And they have advised that we must stop being informed on time. And I think if it can be used by AITC if need be, whatever situation need be. And they have also drafted the evaluation form, which is here. We are actually planning a lot of things like an institute, is one part of our institute. Probably after some time we'll actually believe in the station of that. That's what will be behind the campus. So that's what it thanks Comrade. I'm raising that because I know that you won't be here. I know the president will thank you in your absence tomorrow. But thanks you, and I'm sure we will always inform you on time. The other person I think you might not know is not necessarily is here as a member of the union, but is not in another way. Comrade Esethu Stofile, Esethu Godboom. Esethu Godboom. Nangia, Godboom Pagam. Comrade Godboom is a legal person. I know that now. I don't know if he has finished. I know that within short period of time we'll actually be writing a PhD in law. But I know if he has not finalized the master's in law, that's what he's doing. Most of our cases now, if my they are being dealt by him. He's doing that free of charge. He's in first aid. When it need be, he's also part of, he's a person also going to be part of the institute. We've been with him in Joburg to ensure that we console the institute. He's going to deal mostly with the training of the labor movement, labor law, especially on defending workers. We don't have money, but it's part of us. He's going to grow us and ensure that we reach that stage. And when we have problems now in other provinces, we'll take him to that problem, or problem is advising us. He has already advised us in most of the cases. That's what he's doing. He's from Free State. There is seated, is a resource-driven organization. I just wanted to acknowledge those comrades who were not acknowledged yesterday. But all those comrades will actually be hanged tomorrow by the president. Our president is here, he's there, seated there. Also the deputy president of SAFTU. And I think other things will be done tomorrow. Probably I think it was supposed to be starting by 9 o'clock tomorrow. By 9 o'clock. Tomorrow I think we have the only serious input is one is going to be done by Vavi. After that, I think we'll actually engage Comrade Vavi. And after that, I think Comrade Jihad is busy on what has happened yesterday and today. He's busy putting a program of action which is going to be followed from this conference. Because I think one of the other points is very important. It has started, I know some of you have not been part of it. AITC has started political education, which is always, I think it's always on Sundays. You just zoom in. It's a very serious program. Because now it's not a question that you must go and fill in the halls. It's a question of sitting in your house and just getting to the political education so that we are able to understand what we are in. And I think we have started to remember ourselves in political education, which I think will continue doing that, but also then we'll get support technical again from AITCs doing that. So that was one thing we have actually slowed down is education, whether it's training on education or political education. That's what we're doing. We'll do that, but the other person who's going to assist us a lot is Comrade Stofile. To be just summary, what we're planning to do, we are planning in our institute to ensure that if there is any pandemic coming, the schools are not closed. Because the technology allows that e-education can happen wherever it happens. And we look on a situation that it can happen with minimal resources and we are able to cover the whole country in all subjects. One thing we had a vision as an organization that we want to establish a committee so that teachers who are teaching history must come together. We ensure that we have good lessons, but those lessons actually be put on a platform and you teach them across the country at the same time. That's what we're dealing with the committee. E-learning, but also the coding, which is going to come from the lowest level, the grade R moving upward. That's what is happening. So that we are able to ensure that education is really able to solve the problem. It's a problem solving. Learners are able to solve their problems as they come at that. That's what we're doing. So comrades, with those few words, thanks for your patience, you've been very disciplined since yesterday and today. We are journeying now, and we are here at, so you must ensure that, well, I think the kitchen is open at 7 or 6, somewhere there. But you must ensure that by 9 we are here. And it's free. You know that when you go to the dining hall, there's another place before you reach there. You can use your monies and you become happy. You see the sea and all those questions. That's what it's called. Thanks for coming. Thank you.
It was a 4-hour session.
4-hour session. Dominic,
Dominic. So Mogun, later link. conference.
Either by starting
I just want small things for
okay, the evaluation.
I had to say that personal AI.
Yeah, I'm saying it right now. Everything from Zola. Okay. Yeah, that's great. Here's the donations to the WhatsApp.
I'm going to start chatting.
Definitely lessons, okay. Now I definitely get the privilege.
Then what's that free? Soon as I was out here, go back.
Comrades, has everyone signed the register? If you haven't signed the register, please sign it. That's a brief comrades.
Okay, lay management. Your teacher.
Comrade Patandwa,
Yes, sir.
have you signed the register?
Today I don't remember signing.
Please, can you?
No, I did sign this morning.
That is a key announcement that I forgot about. Shit.
Okay, we will start.
So just have to make sure everyone's
It's wonderful information. Really, and I hope now, you know, that's what comes. The number that you can see are these ones. This one.
How do I activate?
So look here. Here's all the presentation.
I'm just going up top. I will be go down.
What time do I see you?
Half an hour. I'll just go up to the room and put
Underscore.
So here's all the presentations in this folder. And in this folder, circuit and existing case. The moratorium on this is the needs and vacancies of the National Department.
So you will have to share this link
with everybody.
If not this link.
But now it's not sent as a link yet. But I can send it.
Yeah, you can send show us please.
I am good to manage.
Then I want to show you this basically an entire survey. A lot of what I see is here. The whole one is 13 pages, right? Then you can access this one here from Dick, which is on the financial aspect. Okay. This is, remember when Zola was talking about the shift in investment? This speaks about the role. It's very one page. It's just so brilliant. Then this is the Visage document. I just took out one page, but I can add the whole document. So the whole document of that here.
Evaluation form.
Feedback form.
Oh, there is my mask.
And then this is
really a nuisance.
This is the image.
Remember what Dick was talking about the collapse in the GPS because of the stock market? This is an article that actually explains in a way, okay? Which I've written last year as it happened, alright? And why we should shift, alright? Then this is the government employees pension laws that we were talking about. captured the whole law,
Thank you.
all 60 pages from
But-
1996, and the
Thanks, man.
revisions.
I know the Caleb is okay.
No.
So, look, we're
That's
ready.
why
Yeah,
there's more
every
stuff on this,
time.
but
Siyalimala ke
you
ngoku.
can ask. I don't want
Ah,
to go
yeah,
out.
yeah,
Siyalimala
Yeah,
ngoku. Kanti ngomso uzobungekho nathi.
I've already shared
No,
the
yeah,
Yes,
ngihamba early in the morning ngomso.
Yeah.
Saya emakhaya.
Yes, ubushilo ngiyakhumbula.
Ndinokuselwa ngumgquba.
Ah.
Umntwana omgubha.
Stofile,
Yes.
is this on the Google Doc, a Google form?
Yeah, it's on the Google form.
Can you make me a
I'm
co?
gonna make you and him collaborators so that
Great.
the data can come directly.
Thank you. Do you want to use my Gmail? I'll send you my Gmail.
Yeah,
email
I think I've
address.
got yours, Dominic at Amanda.
No, that's
Yeah.
my.
Work one.
Did you
No,
forward
it's
it
my.
already?
It's not a Gmail. I'm going to send you a Gmail address.
Do you have my Gmail address?
It's on this.
Oh yes, I think I have your email address.
Futhi asikuthole mawusubuya ke ngosi.
Eh,
Ulolunye ulwazi esilidinga.
Ulwazi hayo kancapho.
Ha, I take that as a compliment.
I'm telling you, yes, I want to work about I know things. But
Wena uyishonisa ngala, yena uyishonisa ngala. So should funa nginithole nobabili.
By the way, isuka kumama ke.
Yeah.
Ngilanca kumama.
Okay.
Mama kuseyuda.
Okay.
Bathi ifunde imidabo sikanena.
Hayi abangithatha.
So there's it
Love
all
after
there.
that.
Alright. So you're welcome.
I'll
Bafika
just send
sebethi
you an
part-time
email to
abasenda.
the other account with a QR code
Ooh, I think Nancy.
and
Ah.
also the link. But now I'm gonna go and make you a collaborator.
You're
on
not
this.
in the WhatsApp group, eh?
No, I'm not.
I'm going to send you the link to the folder if you want.
Okay.
The Google Drive folder.
So if you send me a link to the Google Drive folder, I can upload those videos in there. Then you can
Great.
do the
That would
editing.
be good.
Wow.
And that's gonna make our task easy.
Oh!
Oh, don't cry.
But mina
Comrade
problem.
Timothy.
Yes.
Unfortunately, you won't be here tomorrow. We'll make time and have a Teams meeting. And then you can prepare all your questions for your grade 12s.
Oh, he is not going to be here.
He's not going to be here. Remember, I'm not a high school teacher.
Yeah.
I'm a primary school
Yeah.
teacher.
Maybe just
He is from
Yeah.
Pumalanga,
Mpumalanga.
a high school teacher.
I'm a high school teacher.
Thank you.
He used
Five
to, also
seconds.
Senegal.
Mm.
He used to teach his students
In Norway.
in Norway,
Yeah.
sitting in Norway.
That's wonderful. That's great.
So we can teach you while you're sitting there in Pumalanga.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I actually built an app that does that now.
that does that.
All right. No, then
So we can address all your issues in that app.
thank you.
The app does everything.
Everything.
Everything that you would need. It's like an
Esethu,
inclusive
I just
package.
sent you. I just.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna say.
And I sent you
I got it now. The drive link.
the drive link as well.
Yeah, this is exciting.
I'll
The
even make a
technology is
phone-
like this.
I say, yeah, it's so fast, man.
Did I show
You
you?
know, comprehension.
But I was in my room while I was sitting here because I needed to check who was there. Then I switched on my lights
So,
as I was sitting.
Because now I don't think I'm in that.
See, like, see, lights is.
Synonyms.
Are you?
Like
I'm not.
this.
I don't think I'm there.
I'll show you.
Are
later.
you
I teach the colors as well.
Are you
green?
Are you an admin in the AIDC Celebsu conference WhatsApp group? Or is
No.
it only Glati?
It's Swati and Amanda.
She's not here.
What do you want to add someone?
I want this information.
No, Amanda will add.
Okay, it's gonna come from my fictitious account called John Smith. So if you get anything from John Smith, that's from me. It's for tracking
Don't
purposes.
ask me those reasons. Why is he John Smith?
It's for tracking purposes.
Purposes,
Because
yeah, I
if I'm
know.
using that account on this phone, when they are tracking me and they find things that are done by John Smith, there's no association between the two.
Between you and John Smith.
Me and John Smith. Rule number one of cybersecurity.
Yeah.
Okay, that's that.
Then
So I need to just quickly dump these files.
What am I doing?
You have uploaded, what were you uploading? Is it presentations or with the recording?
So what I've uploaded so far are all the presentations, readings that
Yeah.
put in folders like what we do,
I hope comrades have read the readings and they're going to continue to read.
including.
Okay,
two
before I
research
do this,
documents
this one is sorted.
taken out time. So there's a lot of
This one is
yeah,
done.
they send it to you when we get it.
Okay. Let me just put this machine here.
Yeah, nothing now. Tomorrow we're still here.
Putwam, let me help you.
With him, he's not going to be here tomorrow. You're
No,
not
I'm
gonna
not
be.
going to be here tomorrow.
Chef,
Sorry.
I think we have
No,
to.
we'll fly down to you in Pumalanga.
So that's
Online.
Dale phone ka.
Okay, Mandikshe na.
Yes.
Ukuthi
Are you also in a for him?
ukuthi ngi-recruit
You're
killer
Puthini?
ngenze recruitment noma
Recruitment.
yeah kungafanele ngenze ngiye ebantwini ngibachola
Oh, Stofile.
ngehla nabo
It's so great to have met you, man.
I'm so no, but you see this young man.
Yeah.
When I was sitting here, I thought to myself, oh, this new language
That is presenting the
is so complex, but yet so simple. Because I usually make decisions without having the economical
background.
influence. Well, for me, it's a matter of okay, this school needs technology. I'm just gonna go give them tablets. I'm gonna give them internet. I'm just gonna give them whatever. And then I'll come and I'll say, okay, fine, I've got a team. You need to come and train these learners so that they're able to have this particular set of skills. But now I need the data so that I can make better database decisions. So that when I'm rolling out coding and robotics, then I need to understand the impact that needs to have. Because obviously we are economy bound. So you can't just be doing things willy-nilly. It needs to be based on a decision to try and uplift a community, not to become consumers, but to become producers.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking that question about
What's a stimulus and a multiplier?
From a stimulus perspective, I just want you to know what must my role be to add value to stimulation. Because I need to know to what extent am I expected to stimulate. Yeah. Anyways, let me.
But you will stay in touch, right?
Change the numbers. You stay in touch.
We have emails. Esethu's gonna email me his phone number.
Yeah, I just need to sort this thing out, and then I'll dump these videos to you.
And
They're gonna take some time because the other one is about 4 hours long.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The last one. That
We will
was
try. We will try and edit it into like different sessions.
Yeah. I'll try tonight, but I need to sleep by 8.
No, don't kill yourself.
8 o'clock.
You can also do it if you're labor, you know.
Yeah, no, if I sleep
Two
by
things that I must run with you.
Yeah.
Before I'm off.
You're not staying here.
No, I'm staying here, but I don't have a car. I don't have a choice. I must stay.